Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the channel. This is your host, Young Brando. We're live from Los Angeles. This is Los Angeles. It's not necessarily in the mood for Independence Day. You can hear the odd pop and crackle, but happy 4th, happy Independence Day for those who celebrate it, for everyone else who is in the United States of America. We are gonna dive right in. There are a few new releases that I want to shine a light on. Some interesting pieces and others that are so. Um, I will start with a set of releases that maybe give us a certain idea about where the brand is going. Um, with Audemars Piguet's recent appointment of Ilaria Resta as the incoming CEO, who is going to officially start, I believe, with year 2024, and other women coming into leadership positions within the company, including Anne-Gaëlle Quinet, who is the head of complications, replacing Michael Friedman, for example. Some had speculated that they are making a real move to um, stake a bigger claim in more feminine watches, or simply with watches that appeal more to women. And I know there's a lot of back and forth about this. There's a lot of push and pull about this. But I think it's undeniable that by and large, the way that brands have done this, at least in the past, at least traditionally, was by making smaller watches and making more gem set watches. And with all the broader claims of Audemars Piguet for leading the pack, for being innovative, and for whatever else, that seems to be, at least in the first place, at least as their opening gambit, their move precisely. They have just introduced 5 new pieces into the Royal Oak offshore line that are reduced size, that are 37 millimeters. So, very much adopting the Royal Oak offshore as an aesthetic rather than necessarily in the way they have been understood as these beastly watches, oversized, overly masculine, and intentionally chunky in the way that Emmanuel Guet initially designed Beast, right? The 25 721, the famous offshore chronograph that was first introduced in 1993 as the first generation of this sub category or subgenre or sub family of watches within AP's line. With the amount of stuff that I'm drinking on this show, someone really needs to sponsor me about this. Um, Water companies, sparkling water, maybe Gatorade itself. One day it's going to happen. So, this is basically the 5 pieces, an all black ceramic version of the Royal Oak Offshore Music, and then 4 pieces that have jam sets, bezels, I believe two in pink gold, one in white gold, and one in yellow gold, all have those mega tapisserie dials that we came to associate with the Royal Oak Offshore. And two have very distinctly hype colors, one a soft shade of blue, whatever you want to call it, let's say a powder blue or a baby blue, one in a very soft salmon expression, and the other two of the chronographs, of the four chronographs, certainly also lean heavily on the hype, one with a rainbow bezel, and the other, once again, with a gradient, pardon me, sapphire bezel that's mostly travels between shades of blue, green, and yellow in perhaps in an effort to match the case. I'm a big fan of this particular edition. I think as an aesthetic, not that I would necessarily want to see it on my wrist. So this is the Royal Oak Offshore self-winding music edition with a full black ceramic case and these titanium details, the interlinks that bind it to the strap. The case apparently is also slimmer in this reduced sized version. And there's this knurling detail that I think, with the look on the dial, really comes to emphasize that music theme overall. And the other four are chronographs, obviously, with AP's new generation of in house chronograph movements powered by those movements. There's a kind of mosaic pattern on the strap of the music edition, and the rest apparently come with interchangeable rubber straps that, for the most part, match the tones of the case. And apparently, the chronographs come with two straps each, whereas the music edition comes with three. And quite honestly, um, again, I would think that these reduced size chronographs would actually find a lot of fans for themselves among a certain group. I don't think they will be limited to women, quite honestly, because it's become much more acceptable, even trendy, in a certain sense, for men to wear these kinds of jam set watches, especially when there is a kind of theme with the jam setting on the bezel, like the rainbow or like a gradient thing that goes on with this kind of this like a cornflower blue dial they got going on there. I think these are interesting pieces, nothing that I would be um, running after in any shape or form, but certainly a clear attempt from AP to expand their line in a very conscious manner toward a different kind of audience. Um, the movements are by and large a little disappointing, beating at 25,600 semi oscillations per hour. They only have 40 hours of power reserve, which seems a little disappointing compared to similar offerings by Patek or Vacheron Constantin in their overseas line. But these are pieces that lean heavily on a certain aesthetic and not necessarily are sold for their technical capacity. Um, the blue dial in yellow gold, the chronograph is priced 110,900 in US dollars. Same thing is the black dial pink gold piece. The light blue dial in pink gold, this one right here, is priced at 57,900. The salmon dial in stainless steel is 40,500. I'm sure that's going to be a very interesting piece in so many ways. And the black ceramic music edition in this 37 millimeter case is apparently a limited edition of 250 pieces, and that is priced at 42,200. Hey, Bezos, how are you doing, man? I don't know, honestly. I like the music. It's too strong of an aesthetic, leaning a certain way for me. So even if it is in a certain sense my favorite from a distance, I would not necessarily go for it. This would probably not surprise many, but I think the stainless steel with the diamond set bezel and the salmon dial probably is actually my favorite. But in either case, I think beyond those two, um, these are simply too loud for my aesthetic. And at any rate, with the gradient bezels, especially, they are at a price point which I think is entirely exorbitant for anything that I would be willing to put on a single watch. So it is what it is. Since we make an effort on this channel to look at anything and everything and watches at every imaginable price point, I was very excited to see Longines expanding their line with some colorful offerings. Once again, when it comes to Longines, I'm much more inclined to follow them uh, in places where they highlight some of their traditional designs and capabilities, whether that is in their cushion shaped cased diver, the Ultra Chrome, I think they called it, um, or even the Legacy Skin Diver, or the Avigation Big Eye. Those are usually my favorites, but I'm glad they are also doing something else. It seems that they have introduced almost about half a dozen, maybe 8 different watches in the Conquest line, a handful of colorful time and date pieces, with these discrete date windows at 6 o'clock, and kind of an old school pie pan aesthetic on the dial with the minute and seconds track in a sunken um, setting. I kind of like the brown dial, by the way. There's also kind of black, charcoal gray, blue, kind of pistachio green, maybe, and a silvered one. They all have, because of that pie pan aesthetic, probably because of the way that plays with light, a kind of two-tone effect, which I really like, and which, even with these more joyful colors, gives you a certain um, vintage vibe. They all come on a bracelet, 41 millimeters in diameter and less than 11 meters thick, with 100 meters of water resistance, 10 atmos of depth rating, and 72-hour power reserve. These could be interesting everyday watches for those who want a slight step up, maybe, from what they already have. Say, from Seiko Presage or a Hamilton, for that matter. And the price point here is about 2,000, 2,100 in euros, which should be including the VAT. And there is kind of a big no-date chronograph, again, employing the same kind of pie pan dial aesthetic, 42 millimeters in diameter, and about 14.5 millimeters in thickness. There's a blue dial version, which goes with a blue ceramic insert that goes into a matching stainless steel bezel ring, which is what Rolex went back to in 126500, of course, for the new Daytona. And there's also one that combines, I think, not all that attractively, but um, your mileage may vary, a kind of champagne color with black chronograph registers and a black ceramic insert. I think that's a little bit too much fun for me, so I'll have to pass. I kind of like the rotors they use on this particular movement, with the gilt Longines writing and the lovely cutout there that represents their wings logo, and a striped pattern on the rotor. I find it at once quite muted and utilitarian, but also aesthetically pleasing in its own way. These are right around 4,000 in euro. I'm sorry, I missed the black one. That one is actually, I think, the most aesthetically pleasing, if you ask me. Kind of a reverse panda look with red accents, which includes the tip of the centrally deployed chronograph seconds, the hands in the other chronograph registers, as well as the tachymeter inscription on the ceramic bezel insert. Yeah, I like it. I like that pie pan dial aesthetic, by the way, which is even further emphasized here with radial groove that sets off the minutes and seconds track. Oh, hi. You were patiently waiting in the background, I think. Big Meech, 9.99. Happy 4th. Hope you had the opportunity to celebrate somewhat living in occupied liberal communist stronghold. These are somewhat irreconcilable ideological positions, but but Californians are very much confused. I've seen vegans here who eat seafood. I've seen just about everything. But how are you doing, Ali?
I'm all right, man. I saw you were covering AP releases, and I enjoyed
Yeah.
listening to you for a bit.
What do you think? I do wanna hear your opinion actually about these. While I turn on my light, please enlighten us.
I mean, a 37 mil offshore is kind of odd to me. I think they're other than the music edition and maybe the salmon dial, the ice blue dial possibly. I just think they're too loud for a 37 mil offshore because they're almost as thick as the 40 plus mil offshores. Um, I just think they're a bit too loud. Actually, I'm not quite sure where they're going with this. There is increasingly a market for this sort of watch, though,
Mhm.
especially kind of an athlete and celebrity market. Um, but so they'll sell. I mean, like every AP, they're going to sell. But I wasn't a huge fan. I mean, I don't like the offshore in that form factor. I think the offshore is meant to be. I mean, it just is. It's just a bigger watch, and I don't know a 37 mil pill case thickness watch doesn't strike me as a good marketing tactic.
Yeah, it's a strange one. It's one that mixes genres and tastes, and I think it's precisely that. I think it's a kind of experiment. Not very committal. The black ceramic is going to obviously, fly off the shelves to begin with, but I think it also happens to be probably the most attractive one and the most original one. Um, I am intrigued by the stainless steel salmon dial, even with the jam set bezel. I think that's an interesting aesthetic. I can't necessarily see it on my wrist, but I can understand it. The rest are, probably too loud for me, but I can see how they might have an appeal. I mean, yeah, 37 millimeter in diameter for a Royal Oak offshore does sound like a contradiction in terms, but we will see if
They'll sell.
will
They'll
appeal.
sell. I mean, I think the music is probably my favorite of the release. That or the ice blue, but the salmon is right up there. I just don't know that. I don't know. I actually have you seen the diamond set? I haven't seen them in the 37 mil, but I've seen the diamond set bezels and the 15 uh uh not 15, 26, 150 in the 41 mil Royal Oak form factor. I haven't seen an offshore form factor. Have you seen them in person?
No, I have not. I have not. I don't think I haven't been able to find in Southern California an AP boutique that actually lets me in to look at watches. That I haven't been successful
Yeah,
with
we've
that
talked about that, and that's a
since
grotesque
2017.
injustice. Yeah, no,
Since
that's a grotesque
2017.
injustice.
And I actually basically got myself kicked out of material good in New York City as well. So there's that.
How'd you
Um
manage that? I got to hear this.
um I basically shot on code 1159, but it was like, the only reason I believe I didn't get kicked out was it was the last thing I said, and I was already, you know, I was ready to walk out anyways. But I'm kind of thinking that if I weren't, I probably would have. gotten kicked out because I said basically I said it's never going to sell, it's never going to be popular, and you are ridiculous comparing it to the Royal Oak, trying to mythologize this story. Well, Royal Oak wasn't very popular at the beginning anyways. That seems to me the kind of I wasn't this pedantic to the person who was helping me, but I said basically that seems to be the worst kind of logical fallacy that I've ever heard. Just because something was unsuccessful in the beginning and became a huge hit later doesn't mean because this unsuccessful shit is eventually going to become successful as well.
Yeah, I
Like
don't
the
know
lines don't
with
connect.
well, so to the first point I mentioned, when I saw some of these with the um diamond bezel, I saw two variations. They were the diamond inset bezels that clearly had baguettes, and they were ones that had rounds. And I don't, I'm guessing on the larger ones they put the baguettes in. Um, the baguettes look really, really good. The rounds look kind of ridiculous. And on the 37 mil, looks like they're using rounds. So I wasn't a big fan of that on this design. But to the code, something this had just happened to be when they released the code where I was. They released the code, and I happened to be in Singapore when they released the code.
Okay.
And in the Asian market, the code is immensely popular. The first releases were immensely popular, and the code is obviously improved. They've made more interesting codes, and they have the sunburst styles and stuff like that now. Still, I don't, it's just not a hit in the Western markets, but it's incredibly popular in the Asian markets. So I have to wonder if they actually did market research and they decided that that's what they were going for. Um,
Um, Look, I mean, I'm not, I can't claim to know Asian markets overall, and I'm not going to presume why Code 1159 might be popular in certain markets, but um, I will say this: the number of Code 1159s at a huge markdown on the secondary market
oh sure.
tells a certain story. Um, so I feel that they are popular because they offer a certain access into Audemars Piguet when people actually want other watches, because otherwise you wouldn't find so many of them at 40% off
No,
or
I,
more
I tend
on
to
the
agree with you,
secondary
especially
market.
I tend to agree with you, especially on the Western market. I think if they had released the codes, the
Um,
second generation of codes first, right? They
oh,
had not released those. Oh, go for it.
one second. Yeah, I also wanted to respond to something that Big Me said in the chat earlier as well. Most of those liberal communist blah 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 are vegan for clout. I want to clarify this. I am vegan for life, but in California, I'm a liberal communist for clout exclusively. That's for sure. So you have me figured out, but not exactly in the right sequence. Big Meech 999 code 1159 is absolutely shite. You hear me, Oz? I'd rather uh, delete myself than be seen wearing such an embarrassing watch. Also, shout out to the goats, Joey Chestnuts, being a
Oh, the hot dog guy.
17 times champion. I was just fascinated by seeing this competitor who was literally going by Glizzy Lizzy. It was. Did you see that? Let me pull it up. I think I posted it in our Discord. Well, in Oz's Discord, really, but that's where we mostly hang out. Yeah, there we go. Elizabeth Glizzy Lizzy Salgado. Uh,
Are you sharing the screen?
no, I am not. Shame. I'm sorry. I didn't want to expose anything from the Discord right away. So yeah, that's it. Can't believe this actually happened.
That's funny. That's funny. That's good.
And I mean, just like her face tells the entire story in a way. She's so happy about it. Um, well, I hope, first of all, I hope no one was trying to troll her. I hope that's the nickname she chose for herself. And you go, girl. I mean, it's loud and proud. That is the only way to be.
It's a hell of a nickname if she didn't, if she embraces it. Um, yeah, I don't know. The second generation of the code was reasonable. The code with complications, I think, are actually quite nice. I like the perpetual calendar. I really like that minute repeater with the smoke sapphire. Um, the ultra comps. I don't
Sure.
like the Tourbillon OpenWorks, to be honest with you, and
The
Tourbillon's not
star.
necessarily.
What about the Star Wheel?
I genuinely like the Star Wheel. I genuinely like the Star Wheel. But I think part of the reason I like the Star Wheel is that I really like the Millinery Star Wheel.
Right. I love the. I mean, I like the Star Wheel because I like the Star Wheel, not because I like Code 1159. That had been one of my, most um, cherished oddball AP complications for quite some time. Like this one, I want to pull up. Um, Interestingly, the Millinery Star Wheel in stainless steel is probably one of the more um, coherent designs, both when it comes to the Star Wheel and the Millinery. I think everything is so well balanced on the dial. Everything fills the space really well. I love the way that the Star Wheels are actually complemented by these three arbitrarily placed stars on the rest of the dial. Everyone loves a blue dial watch. That's one thing I miss on the Code 1159 Star Wheel, by the way, the transparent hour discs that expose the star wheels that give the name to the complication.
Yeah, that will be September.
What do
It's
you mean?
coming. It's coming.
What's going on?
They're September releases. They're going to release a Star Wheel,
With a
limited Star
transparent
Wheel.
Star Wheel, you mean?
I'm confident of it.
Okay.
There's no way they're not doing it.
So this was, by the way, the 125th anniversary release for AP. The Millenary obviously was first introduced in the year 2000, and these were made in 125 examples in steel, 50 in yellow gold, and 75 in pink gold. And even though these are in the largest number compared to the other Millenary Star Wheel complications, um, I think it is the prettiest looking one. I think it is the most coherent looking one. I really do love this.
You know what? Another thing about I don't know. Some of I do actually like some of the codes, but like a small minority, maybe like 7 or 8 of them. Right. Another thing I don't understand about the codes is that when they did release that second generation, they didn't just discontinue the flat dial versions. They really should have. Like those are the ones that are the nightmare.
Hmm.
They should have just discontinued them and act like they never existed. Anyway, I also like
Well,
the Longines releases you covered. I think Longines have been doing a great job. A little chunky, but I think they've been doing a great job with their last 3 or 4 series of releases.
yeah, I wanna bring them back up. Um, I have. What is your favorite Longines? Do you have a favorite in their line? Something maybe you might even like to own?
Not I really do like the Zulu time, but I don't
Mhm.
think I would like to own it. I would consider Hydra a Conquest. I don't know that I have a favorite in their line, to be honest with you. I just think they are like a human of in that price range. Like they just provide workhorse, good value watches that you can get at discounts um, in that price range. And it is kind of a no man's price range right now, since everybody else is boosting their prices.
Yeah, I like them a lot overall. Like as an entire line, I think the Legacy Skin Diver they had was great. When it comes to pieces that I might want to own, uh, if I didn't have my Type 20 already, I would have
Yeah.
probably made a move for the Avigation Big Eye. I think that's a great offering. Um, Aesthetically, I find it a lot more pleasing and a lot more true to form than what Breguet just introduced
Oh
under
yeah, like by
the name.
not a small margin either, by a large margin.
And they do also have the titanium one, which I'm not sure if it's a limited edition or not, but does feature a blue dial. So if you want something that kind of replicates the aesthetics of the mid-century pilot's chronograph, but with a little bit of something different, with a certain aesthetic flair, you might want to go for that. I believe JJ actually has the blue dial version, the titanium version of this watch.
I don't remember if he has it anymore, actually.
Well, who can keep track of that at this point?
Yeah, at
I've
this,
lost
yeah,
I've lost all sense of JJ's collection, unfortunately. I
yeah,
don't
yeah.
I know that he has his FP Jean Octa Lune, but other than that, I forgot. I forgot.
He's still got a killer collection, but so many things move in and out
Of
fairly
course,
rapidly. I've lost track.
of course. My friend
Uh,
Mikey, thank
He's a
you
good
so
guy.
much.
Your
That's
friend
very
Mikey's such a good guy.
yeah. My friend Mikey. Yes. I love him. And I love the nickname as well because, like you said, when you talk about him, it's like he's everybody's friend,
Yeah, yeah. He's such a good guy. He's a friendly guy.
and
He's
that's
got
the spirit too. That's generally his his comportment as well.
yeah, better man than I in that regard. Um, I definitely like this watch a lot. I just can't. I mean, I just there's not a Longines that I'm like longing after. So even with brands I don't really like let's say Rolex, not a huge fan of the Hallmark,
Right.
but if they released a 42 mil day date platinum baguettes, I'm getting it. Like that it could be my one and done, right? I'm considering, as I mentioned to you the other day, like the Yachtmaster 42. So with almost every brand, I can think of something that I could really be happy with, right? Longines is just one of those that they do a lot of things really, really well, but nothing that speaks to me intimately.
Mm. I just think this watch is so well done. I mean, I can talk about it for hours, I guess. But
But you
even
also know the history of this watch. That's the thing. Most people they look at the Type XX, right, and they don't, the civilian version, and that's the history to them. They're like, well, this is what that is, and it's not.
but that's the thing as well. I feel like this Longines version it sits at a very comfortable 41 millimeter. Yes, it's a little thick, but I mean 14 and a half is actually not impossibly thick for a self-winding chronograph. It's actually quite common, at least at this price point. um, and I feel the watch looks a certain way down to the choice of the leather strap. I feel like this is a watch that would appeal to some random guy who wants to buy one decent wristwatch, and he wants something sporty, he wants something masculine, he wants something that screams classic. I think it's great, and it is at a great price point too. It used to be a little cheaper. There was a recent price hike, so it's now at $3,000 even,
But
but that's the
Longines
list
price
price.
hikes have been perfectly reasonable.
Yeah, and I'm sure it can be gotten with a discount as well. So It's a great option. The other one, the other oddball, and I'm just putting this out there because the Legacy Skin Diver is a no-brainer anyways. I like this one as well as a diver.
I don't.
That's okay. No one's perfect, Ali.
I'm not even in the discussion for that.
Okay. I I have always had a soft spot for cushion-shaped cases
I
for
like cushion
divers.
shaped cases. I like cushion shaped cases.
I think this combines exceptionally well with a NATO strap, but looks quite nice on a leather strap as well. And it is actually chronometer certified by an external agency. I like the red accents and the way the graduation of that 60-minute timing bezel is painted in red, and the minute hand is red to coordinate with that as well.
See, so it's the bezel. One, I think the bezel is ever so slightly undersized, and the red indicators
Okay.
for me really just murder this watch for me. Have you ever seen a loom
Fair
shot of
enough.
this watch?
I have not. No.
Look up a
Why?
loom shot. Look up a loom shot. It just because it's like a um the Legend Diver was like a legitimately useful dive watch, and it had just enough loom. The loom shot of this watch is kind of terrible.
Yeah, I
I mean,
don't
the Legend
know
Diver
if
wasn't great for loom; it had just enough.
I don't know if I can find it, but I will try.
Yeah, I'm looking now too. I think it was the guy who runs Mexico City's Red Bar posted a loom shot, but I can't remember his IG.
This maybe?
Your screen. Yes. Um.
Or this?
I.
No. This.
Uh, no, the last picture looked right too. Oh, I can't. Okay, now I can't even get connected.
This is what it apparently looks like.
Yeah, I mean that looks a lot better than I don't know if they just shined a UV flashlight on it. That looks a lot better than what I saw, but it didn't look legible to me at all. Like he posted wrist shots of it, it didn't look legible to me at all.
Yeah. I to be fair, to me at least, dive watch is an aesthetic category. I don't necessarily even
Not a
look at them
utilitarian, yeah.
as a tool watch at this point because yeah, I mean, let's not fool ourselves. There are people who do scuba diving or even more intense diving activities among us, but even among them, a dive watch is not necessarily a trusty companion. I know people who wear them for memories, but I'm not going to necessarily complain about the lack of loom
Yeah, that show you
for a
did
piece like
with
this.
Jose the other day. I've worn plenty of watches to the beach, and I've worn plenty of watches scalloping, and scalloping is shallow water,
Yeah.
right? Other than a an oil filled Zen I owned for about 2 years, nothing was legible underwater. And I was thinking about that during that show you did with Jose.
Hmm.
Um, all right, I'm being summoned here. It's I need to be somebody's body pillow. I did want to drop if you would talk about it, if you get a chance to
Yes,
talk about
please.
it. Did you see the Artra Sapphire diver? Or they call it a diver. It's not really a diver.
No, please drop it either in the private chat or the chat. I think you're a mod, right?
I am. I can do both, so people can look at it. It's a full sapphire. call it a diver, but it's like 60 meters or something, right? So it's a pricey beast. Like it ranges from 30,000 to like mid 40s.
Artia is the they had a I didn't actually go over it, but they also did have an entry in the Only Watch 2, Artia. These are made out of sapphire, case, and bezel, right?
Yeah.
Interesting. And what did you
Yeah.
say the price point was?
They they have the regular dial and then the meteorite dial, so they range from 30 to 45,000 US.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay. So it says the cyan tinted nano sapphire model can be paired either with a meteorite dial from Namibia or blue gradient enamel dial, which is a pretty attractive dial, to be honest.
I do like that dial. This is one of the better executions of a sapphire piece that I have
Thank
seen.
you, my friend
Have a good night,
Mikey.
Mikey.
He likes the Yachtmaster 42. If they were in the $15,000 range, I'd be all over it.
Yeah, I'm looking at the titanium, the new Yachtmaster 42. But I think this is one of the more aesthetically pleasing executions that I have seen. Period. The price point is painful.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not against these kinds of watches that answer questions that nobody ever asked. You might say the channel is basically dedicated to that 50% of the time. So I do love the aesthetic. I actually really like those gradient blue enamel dials, which is a very unique execution of enamel. I like the idea, for a fun watch, for these sapphire cases, or really an all sapphire aesthetic. But I guess my idea of a fun watch usually doesn't list around $40,000.
Yeah,
So
exact. That's the thing. Like it is a fun watch. It's not $40,000 of fun.
yeah, not for me, at least. I mean, I can see, in today's world, honestly, I can see this piece actually appealing to so many different
Oh, yeah.
enthusiasts. So I don't want to discount it completely, but I do wonder, um, what kind of offering this would be, and what kind of audience it actually has.
Yeah, they opened a new Top Golf in St. Petersburg across the bay, and I kind of joke, but it's true. Like one of the places I like to watch spot is at Top Golf, not in the bays because people don't golf with their
Mhm.
watches on for the most part. But Top Golf has a nice little party environment and the lounges and whatnot. I'm waiting. I'm sure that this is going to show up on some Tampa Bay man's wrist because it is just this screams Miami and Tampa.
Yeah, honestly, it is a nice concept. I think
I think
beautiful
it's
looking
pretty.
watch.
I think it is pretty, but yeah, it's not $30,000 or $40,000 pretty.
And I like the fact that they also have this like color tinted version of the sapphire as well, which is cool.
Yeah, it's the best execution of a sapphire watch I've seen to date, and I'm interested in where sapphire watches go. I
Mm,
don't know if it's a morbid curiosity, but I'm definitely interested. Um, in any case, I want to throw that out there before I get in any more stares or trouble. I'm gonna bug out, but
okay.
have a good show. I will watch the replay. Everybody, don't forget to upvote, subscribe, click the
Thank you, Ali.
bell, the works. Take care, buddy.
Appreciate you, man. Take care. Thank you, Ali, for jumping on and talking about AP Longines and these Artia sapphire crystal pieces with me. Incidentally, as much as I like the texture and even the galvanized gray on this particular dial, I I don't like it as much as I enjoyed this execution of the gradient blue enamel dial. Both the white and blue parts of it are equally intriguing and feel equally at home at a watch like this, whether it coordinates with the rubber strap that the piece comes with or not. Again, the price point seems a little unreal to me, but a lot of times this kind of material experimentation is the excuse for these sorts of price points. So I don't exactly know. Um, I'm not in the machining process, to be honest. Oh, rent for the space I take up. For once, I can actually figure out why you chose a certain um, super chat amount, 1776. Happy 4th to you too. Ali Reza, happy Independence Day to everyone. Thank you so much for this generous super chat. So we took a look at the new Longines Conquest pieces. We took a look at the new AP Royal Oak pieces in the reduced size, 37 millimeter. The one black ceramic music edition and the 4 bejeweled chronographs. We were just talking about our friend Jack's new acquisition just yesterday night, the Seiko Prospex SPB 143. Apparently, Seiko decided to release another piece in this genre, one that aspires to be even a more faithful recreation of the 62 mass. The dimensions of the case are apparently even more close to the original diver at 38 millimeters and a thickness of 12.5, which is noticeably, if not significantly, smaller than the SLA 017, which was kind of a modernized interpretation of the 62 mass aesthetic a little more than 5 years ago. This is one of those Seiko pieces that are made for the enthusiast, quite honestly. Visually and aesthetically very pleasing and quite appealing to the Seiko fan, but for better or worse, it doesn't really offer a very interesting movement. I believe it runs on something proximate to the 6L35. I want to say it's 6L37, which is a very, standard workhorse type of movement, beating at 4 hertz with 45 hours of power reserve and not exactly chronometer performance kind of movements. I think it has a rather substandard accuracy in that case. I want to say maybe up to 40 seconds of divergence per day, which is kind of appalling, especially considering that this piece is going to retail for a little more than 3.5 thousand in euro. I think it's 3,700 in fact. But aesthetically, again, you have a domed crystal that has anti-reflective coating on the inside. So a very warm, charming vintage style look. The metallic bezel also matches that aesthetic. The tonneau case shape, the barrel shaped case, is also very, um, very charming in the same way. I like the way they matched it with a tropic style strap. Um, because, of course, the original came on rubber straps as well, if not necessarily the tropic straps that were made in Switzerland at the time, but it certainly matches the aesthetic. And that's um, anthracite gray dial with the sunburst finish certainly looks beautiful and plays really well with those wide loom plots that are very evenly framed, along with the date window at 3 o'clock. I think this is a beautiful watch. Whether I would pay um, simply for nostalgia more than 3,500 in euro or US dollars is another question. Hi, Jack. Thank you so much. 149 Canadian. I think this is popcorn. Enjoy your snack. I certainly think you made the right choice. Still, I don't really think that this version justifies the upcharge in any way. Uh, I think it's kind of unconscionable, but I know there are Seiko collectors out there who would be dying to get in line to get this sort of basically one-to-one reproduction of the original 65, and this is a limited edition for them, produced exactly in 1965 examples and with the original dolphin logo on the case back rather than the uniform wave logo that we see, and that is usually attributed to have been inspired by Hokusai's print, The Great Wave off Kanagawa, which is something that I really always liked about Seiko divers. Again, I think this is a very aesthetically pleasing piece, if not necessarily something that I can justify in terms of the price point, but I'm sure Seiko wouldn't have a hard time selling these to hardcore collectors. The other watch that's caught my attention is the Yema Urban Traveler. As you guys remember, we were talking about Yema. I think Ali was on the panel actually with me, specifically about their Wristmaster micro rotor, which for the first time for them introduced an in-house caliber that was, I think, up to 90%, in fact, produced in France at their facilities in Morteau. and I was really not necessarily raging, but I was kind of complaining about that tacky fonts they used for the wristmaster script on the dial at 6 o'clock. This rather accessible version of the piece certainly takes care of that. Um, Ultimately, this is a category, this is a genre of watches that is extremely saturated. The integrated bracelet, stainless steel sports watch category is overpopulated, uh, even at the accessible price point. This piece, of course, this version has the more generic Yema 2000 movement, which I believe is an ETA clone, even though I have not studied the movements pure and simple for an extended period of time. But it's a decent movement, nothing to write home about. 42 hours of power reserve um, as it beats at 4 hertz with plus 10 seconds, plus minus 10 seconds of divergence. And it has a silver dial, which offers kind of a monochromatic take. I kind of like the unique patterns they use on the dial. The design of the bezel and overall, of course, all of it hangs on how the bracelet wears. And you can never really know that before you actually own the watch for some period of time or get to try it out for a week or so. There's also this sort of lavender blue and a kind of salmon um, copper toned version. These are right around 800 euros, I believe. Let us go to the Yema website and check it there because I think they post them with the US prices as well, or maybe not. Let's see. Yeah, these are called the Urban Traveler, and they're actually right at that 890, $890. I think these could compete with the Tissot PRX, but Yema is, of course, less of a household brand. And I think their networks are a little more limited compared to this um, Tissot, which is, of course, a heritage brand. Thank you, Basil. 99 cents. I really do appreciate your support. Love you, man. Thank you, and happy 4th. Yeah, I think my favorite is really the um, silver version, very monochromatic, kind of more stern. I like the balanced look. I like the no date expression, honestly, even though in this category, you usually have time and date watches ever since the Royal Oak, of course. Date at 3 o'clock seems to be part of the visual cue for the genre, honestly. And I think the dimensions of the watch are quite attractive as well. (39 by 43.5) and 11.4 millimeters in thickness. The piece also has 100 meters of water resistance, so it seems that it is at that price point where, and at that level of specifications that can possibly compete with the Tissot PRX Powermatic 80. I don't know whether that will happen, but in either case, I think it should be an interesting entry into this field, which Tissot seems to have cannibalized, at least thus far. There's an interesting Carrera 60-year anniversary watch that just dropped, which is a collaboration between the collectors group Chrono Tempus and Tag Heuer. I kind of like the aesthetic theme of it, with a tachometer in white for the chapter ring, a centrally deployed chronograph seconds hand in orange, which is a beautiful accent, and of course serves to emphasize that automotive inspiration of the watch. A 42 millimeter case, triple register. Of course, the orange accents also repeat at the 30-minute totalizer at 3 o'clock, a 12-hour counter at 9 o'clock. Both of these registers are subtly recessed, subtly sunk into the dial, and have that sort of vinyl groove like finish in the middle, radial guilloche, so to speak. And the continuous running seconds has this crosshair subdial at 6 o'clock, which is interrupted at 6 o'clock by this date window. I like the grené or grainy texture of the main dial. I think overall, this is a very handsome looking watch. There are apparently 72 pieces of it, seemingly all spoken for. But I would advise that you connect with Chrono Tempus, which often does these sorts of collaborations with both legacy brands and other emergent makers. You can see that the list of collaborations that they have achieved in the past is pretty expansive. Of course, closer to home, we have Collective Horology, which does something similar with a number of collaborations that they achieved. Once again, sometimes for more accessible and more easily obtainable pieces, and other times for something more refined and more exclusive, such as the Infinity Series limited edition they did with Josh Shapiro, and the more recent Chapek Antarctique they produced in a limited edition as well. And oftentimes it's as easy as signing up to a mailing list, at least in the beginning. And then, the rest is rather straightforward to figure out once they announce a project that you might actually want to follow. I want to go back to the vintage and neo vintage watches auction that we were discussing yesterday. I somehow managed to talk about maybe 10 or a dozen pieces. So there's still much more to go. If you have any pieces that you want me to talk about that I perhaps skipped yesterday or didn't talk about in the kind of detail and nuance you would have liked me to address them, please feel free. Even if I talked about them and you just want me to uh, repeat what I said yesterday, I'm happy to do that. But I will kind of continue where I left it. Uh, I think their curation is very balanced. There are some um, genuinely heavyweight pieces, especially towards the end, and others that are no more than a curiosity or rather niche, and yet others that are quite attractively priced, even at that fixed price point, even at that buy it now level, which, as I mentioned, can end the auction at any point in time. Otherwise, there are about 11 days left on the clock. And let's continue with lot 13. Oh, yes. And of course, as is the case with Ineichen Zürich, this is an auction where you don't have any buyer's premium. So what you see is exactly what you get. And what you see here is classic Vacheron Constantin dress watch. It is branded in the old school way, Vacheron et Constantin, the two proper names that come together to, pardon me, to build the brand. 34 millimeters of yellow gold case with a domed plastic crystal, which gives the piece that kind of warm look. Painted Breguet style numerals and thin and elegant heat blued pencil shaped hands for the hour and minutes, seconds on the subdial. at 33 millimeters, this is perhaps a diminutive piece for a lot of people and for today's standards. But I think for the kind of elegant dress watch that it is, it can certainly serve that purpose for many. Here's the caliber that carries the hallmark of Geneva, but is actually beating away under a solid case back. This is lot number 13, which has a fixed price of 8,950 in US dollars. I think the reserve price has not yet been reached, but the bidding currently stands at 2,500 with about 11 days to go. There's no buyer's premium, as I mentioned. We're looking at the Ineichen Zürich vintage and neo-vintage watches auction. There's a classic Calatrava with a hand-wound caliber at lot 17. Classic reference 96. With an evenly patinated dial, obus-shaped, multifaceted markers, kind of a sector-styled subsidiary dial for the small seconds at 6, and very distinctly leaf-shaped hands for the hour and minutes. It has the Patek Philippe and Co. signature on the dial. Here is that hand-wound movement that is hiding behind the solid case back. That's the 12-120. Of course, once again, you have a watch that is rather small for a lot of contemporary standards. That's why they also happen to give an interesting entry point to collecting time-only Patek, especially. The case, unfortunately, is not in an enviable condition. You can see how the hallmark is about to fade into nothing. The lugs are also somehow displaying the signs of enthusiastic polishing, having lost their distinctive and elegant contours. But nevertheless, at least from that full frontal view and the opened case back, you get to admire for this once at the glory of a classic Calatrava reference 96. in terms of what it's aesthetically represents. The reserve also hasn't been reached, I think, but the bidding stands with about 11 days to go at 4,500. The piece also has a fixed price at 10,050 in US dollars, which can end the auction at any point. I think this piece could have been a very interesting capture if we had a more substantive case, something that was more well preserved, better preserved, simply. Um, but hey, it is what it is because I really like the way that the case has oxidized and the dial has patinated. Hey, Meech, how are you doing, man?
What's going on, Lord?
Did you wait for too long? I hope you didn't.
What do you mean?
In the backstage, so to speak.
No.
Okay, good. How's it going, man? What did you do for July 4th? Any parties, any cookouts?
Um, no, not really. I mean, I think somebody had mentioned to me that a lot of people were very quiet on the 4th of July this year, and I said, to be fair, I said the majority of the punters have been on a 4-day bender, so most people on the 4th of July have been trying to sober the fuck up. Um, yeah, yeah, no, I mean, I went to a few parties. Yes, went to a few parties. Met up with a few people over the extended weekend, and yeah.
So you think in fact the fact that July 4th fell on a Tuesday made people celebrate too hard early on, then they have already exhausted themselves?
Oh, for sure, for sure. So went down to the bars Friday night. It was completely packed. Saturday night was twice as packed. Sunday was quiet. Monday was extremely packed. And then I hear nowadays Tuesday, if you will, quiet as a church.
Okay. That's interesting. That's interesting. I love um yeah, I love that. I'm surprised actually that you didn't use this occasion to talk about the Biden presidency for whatever reason. I thought you would get a speech about, like, how the people are exhausted and demoralized and they're not in a mood to celebrate anyways.
I
I
mean,
wanted to hear some of that.
there's plenty to celebrate here. I mean, the Capitol, the Senate floor passed where we can discriminate against the LGBT community. That's a huge W right there. Student loans will have to be paid back now, so sucks to suck. There's been apparently there's a coverage story now where apparently methamphetamines have been found inside the White House. That's interesting. In Joe Biden's one of his quarters that he frequently visits. So yeah, no, there's plenty of going on if you want to talk from a political aspect.
I really don't. But thanks for thanks for that enlightening summary that you just provided. But honestly, I mean, there are a few points that I would love to pick up from there on another platform. But it is what it is, Meech. It is a what channel, apparently. Still, um, did you have you been following anything watch wise? Have you been excited about any new releases or anything of that sort?
No, not really. I guess the only thing that I've talked about watch wise is with one of me mates. One of me mates, we were pretty fucked up over a few drinks over the weekend here, and he said, look, I don't get it. He said, you've wanted the Explorer 2 for how long? And I said, I don't know, a fair bit. He said, so tell me this. He said, if you're gonna blow the money on a batch run overseas, 42 mils, why wouldn't you buy the Explorer 2 first? You said if you're hitting a wall here where you're bored as hell, Why not buy the Explorer 2? Your money's going to be saved, and it's a 42 mil watch anyways. It's way more affordable than a Vacheron, and you're probably going to like the Explorer 2 way more than the Vacheron. He does bring up a valid point.
Um, is this a real life friend or one of the watch live stream friends?
No,
I'm
no,
just
real,
wondering.
real life friend, but we collect watches. He collects a little bit on a different end than I do. He collects, I won't say. I mean, look, I mean, it's garbage to me. He collects Seikos, Timexes, garbage, complete garbage. But he's still very much in the hobby.
Um, Look, I mean, you very generously called it a valid point. I don't want to be harsh. We are talking about your friend, but it seems a very interesting category to just say these are both 42 millimeter watches, so they're kind of interchangeable. I mean, one is a GMT watch, one is a chronograph, one is an integrated bracelet watch, the other um, is not, which doesn't necessarily make it a lesser watch, but certainly changes the way these two pieces wear. Um, I think, honestly, even that one has been coming down, but except for the blue dial time and date versions of the overseas, you can find pretty good deals on them on the secondary market. And I think they're becoming available again in Vacheron boutiques as well, because it seems the hype has shifted very solidly towards the 222. So now, the non-blue dial Vacherons might be actually possible to acquire from boutiques, as well as any other assortment of pieces. But I will tell you what I told Oz in the background, on his Discord, actually. And you may have seen that comment, but he was basically thinking about, should I get an offshore diver and see where that goes? And I would say the same thing about Vacheron. If you want one piece from them that you so desire, forget about the premium. Find the best deal for yourself. Don't stretch your budget too thin, but find a deal that doesn't have too much premium, that gives you a watch in good condition, maybe not unworn, but full sets, crisp, minty, um, and just spend the money on it. Only buy from the boutique if you actually want to make a little collection of Vacheron watches. If you can envision getting 3-4 pieces from them that you're building into something else, um I think I can countenance it then. Otherwise, I don't see the comparison with the Explorer. In all fairness, Meech, I know the Explorer 2 wears small for 42, um, but that watch is too big for the wrist I see in pictures. With all due respect, not trying to take a cheap shot, it's too big for me as well.
Yeah,
Um,
I think you're right. I mean, Ozzy. I don't know what Ozzy was thinking about buying that. It's, even with those rubber straps that he tried to throw on there, it's just too big for him. I don't know why he bought it. I mean, hey, but you know what they say, a sucker's born every minute, right?
he didn't buy it. Where's this thing coming from, man?
Oh, he owns the Explorer too.
I Explorer too. You mean? Okay, I thought you were insisting on the offshore diver
Oh no,
still
I
because
mean, well, look, between you and fence post here, nobody's watching, but I think he'll even botch that. Honestly, I think he'll go for the code 1159.
ooh, that's those are some fighting words, Ozzy. You really need to come on the panel and explain yourself after that. Um, but look, I mean, again, from our conversations, I feel like the piece you really wanted to get is the time and dates, anyways, right? When it comes to the overseas, that was your first preference. Am I right or not?
I mean, if you really want to get down to it, I was actually into the dual time first before the
Okay.
time and date. But as we jump to now, the present, the time and date is probably the only realistic one I could kind of partially pull off. And I'm being generous with that, because the dual time is just absolutely massive, and I know for a fact I wouldn't be able to pull that one off.
Yeah, I think dual time, even though technically it has the same dimensions in terms of the diameter on paper, since it's thicker, it wears much larger as well. I think you can pull off the the time and date version. I think it looks. I think all the dial colors are great. The blue is all obviously overhyped. So if you want to follow that, you do have to pay the premium, or you do have to kind of work out a relationship with the boutique and buy an assortment of pieces before you can even be considered for something like that at this point. But anything else you should be able to acquire. I don't think it's unrealistic at this point in time with these market conditions. I think you can once again go into Vacheron Boutique, ask for a watch that is not 222, that is not a blue dial or complicated, um, like an ultra thin perpetual calendar or tourbillon or retrograde with moon phase and whatever else. And you can get like a silver dial or a black dial time and dates, with some reasonable amount of wait time, I'm sure.
Overall, I would agree, but I think the one thing that I would have going against me is, I'm not local, you know? So my nearest Vacheron would be Chicago, and I don't know, I guess call me lazy, but I just don't really wanna spend the time to buy a plane ticket, fly all the way out there for a 10-minute boutique visit to put my name down on the wait list, and I think, if I just make a phone call, it just kinda comes off lackluster.
I think that's absolutely fair, Meech. And that's why I put the cart before the horse in a way, and started that whole shtick about, like, just pay the premium and buy that one watch. I mean, I think
I'd
even
agree
if you were,
overall.
even if you were in Chicago, I think that might be the way to go. And I know sometimes people tell me that this is kind of discordant or disjointed with the usual spiel I have about gray market dealers, but I'm also on the collector side. I don't want people to um, you know grovel over a single watch for years at a time, trying to patch together a whole list of watches that they barely like and maybe would like to wear once every so often, just to get that one watch at the end that they actually love and desire and right now. So all of that being said, get the one that you really want and just put it to rest. And honestly, I think, Meech, this is not only much more realistic, but also um, a much more wearable watch on a daily basis to put your money on. I know you were also pining for the 5980, the two-tone execution for Patek,
Yeah, it's
which is
still
a
very
cool
much a
watch.
possibility. I was telling Oz, if that watch ever hits 85K, it's over. All these Rolexes are getting dumped out. Um, but time will tell.
I don't want to say no. I mean, obviously, I think I sometimes have that temptation myself. Sometimes there is that one watch that borders on six figures, and I feel like, should I just keep my Submariner, sell everything else, and get that one other watch and have kind of like a two watch uh, collection? I know that is another channel shtick, but that's just that. But yeah, to me the problem is precisely one, I don't want to put that much money, whether it's 65, 75, 80, 90 on a single watch. And if and when I do, I know that it's going to turn into, look at that scenario, right? Let's say you kept one sentimental watch and put everything else, $80,000 on that one special watch, which in this case is the 5980 AR, right?
Right.
Let's pull that up.
It's the rich man's bluesy.
How often, again, yes, by the way, one of the most beautiful turns of phrase that JJ has come up with, and I really love that. Um, but let's hypothesize. I don't claim to know about what you do and how you wear your watches. Overall, I see that you do wear all your watches. But if you had one or two watches, of which one would be the 5980 AR, would you wear it often?
Yes, I would wear it actually quite frequently.
Okay.
The only thing that would change is I wouldn't wear it obviously for a daily, meaning that so good examples, I wear the day to mow my lawn, you know? Um,
Okay.
it wouldn't be, yeah, I've got an easy ride mower, zero turn, but obviously I wouldn't be wearing something like this to mow the lawn or to grease machinery or work with livestock. No, this would be, go out to the bars, go to the movies, go out to the pub. Uh,
Sure.
it'd just be a casual watch to wear about the town. But no, it would not see actual physical labor.
Okay. No, but I mean, even that's a reasonable scenario because I was at some point seriously contemplating. I was thinking, okay, I'll keep my Submariner, I'll sell everything else, and I will get a platinum datograph. I'll just get my Lange chronograph and be done with it. Um, but then I thought, quite honestly, that the Submariner, especially on a cheap and nasty leather strap, it's
Mm.
so under the radar, right? I used to wear that, and sometimes weeks on end I just wear that on a daily basis, either on a leather strap or the old school tropic rubber strap. No one bats an eye. Most people don't even know what it is. um, because it's also the no date Submariner, right? So it really needs that kind of special eye to recognize it and to know what it is. And it's a conversation starter, not something that catches good or bad attention on a regular basis. But I can't imagine the Lange datograph in the same way, even though again it's a pretty low key piece for people who don't know it, especially because it's white metal. Um, I feel like I would keep it. I would preserve it. I would wear it like, maybe once a month, maybe even less. Like save it for special occasions like collectors meetings or something like that. Um and to me that seemed to be, from my standpoint, from my experience, a rather impoverished way of collecting watches. I like having different options. I like wearing different things. Um, I like combining them with different kinds of outfits. Um, but that doesn't actually sound so bad, right? Because both of those watches, between the 5513 and the platinum datograph, they are pretty much blank canvas watches that you
Yeah, but
can
I guess in
wear
conclusion
anywhere.
here, there are certain watches that you can wear daily, and then there are certain watches that have to be put into the safe. There are those watches out there, and I guess I wouldn't. feel guilty if some of them have to be in the safe and only get pulled out maybe twice a month, if that. Um, as my old man used to say, you just don't put the donkey in the barn with the rest of the show ponies. It just don't make no sense. Um, so
God bless.
I get the point though. I mean, sometimes it is what it is, but it's like one of those things. You may not wear it daily, but you're most certainly glad to have it when you absolutely need it.
Okay, let's ask the real question though, because um, you and I, both of us, are addicts in a certain way, right? We are bitten by the collector's bug. Do you, if that imaginary scenario happens, if you actually end up either selling them all or keeping one, selling most of everything else, and plonking down, $80,000 plus, which by now is basically a very optimistic price point, even for something like this. But if it happens, how long do you think you can sustain that? How long will it last until you want another watch?
Well, you look at it from two different angles. If we're speaking in general terms, it would only be a matter of months, right? It'd only be a matter of months. But if we're speaking from a financial term, it would be, a few years because that is a giant chunk to shell out in one sitting. So it would probably be, 4 or 5 years before I could swallow down anything um easy, such as like a Submariner or a Speedmaster or anything else like that. But I would say in general, yeah, I'd be in the hunt right after. It's a curse. But I am like that in general here. I was informed by one of the ladies of the night. As she was sitting in my lap, she noticed my eyes were wandering upon about in the room, and she said, "You're a man of options, aren't you?" And I said, "What do you mean?" She said, "You just can't have one, can you?" She said, "You want options," and I think that's a very, very accurate way to sum myself up.
Okay.
Lord, when you walk into an ice cream shop, do you just want vanilla, or do you want the mint? Do you want the
Actually,
chocolate, the
you know,
cherry?
I tell this story sometimes, just for the kicks. I was quite hurt at the time, but I thought, in hindsight, it was really funny. But literally, I had a girlfriend who broke up with me because we would go out together into different kinds of restaurants, but I would always order the same thing on the menu.
The chicken nuggets?
And and obviously that wasn't the actual reason we broke up, but that kind of became the point of contention. So um that's partly a joke, that's partly something to laugh at, but I am actually extremely boring when it comes to going into a coffee shop or ice cream parlor. I always get that one flavor, and that's my flavor, that's my thing. I don't mess with anything else. And it's not like my watch collecting at all, actually. um
I
yeah.
understand. I mean, there's some things that you cannot mess up, especially when it comes to food here. Yeah, there's some things that you don't mess with.
But honestly, I mean, using that analogy, though, I wish I could apply the same kind of restraint, and I wish I would have the same kind of discipline to just have one watch and be done with it. But unfortunately, that's not how it works.
No, I agree, and I've me and my friends have come to a theory on the one watch guy, and that is, in order to be a one watch guy, you cannot be in this hobby for more than a year. You can't even be in this hobby for more than 5 months. You have to buy one watch and then just forget about it. It has to be it seems a little bit I don't know, silly to say this, but it has to be somebody who's a completely disconnected to the watch world. They see a watch they like, they spend the $5,000, $8,000 it costs to buy that
Mhm.
watch. They get freaked out and they say, "Well, this is my own one and only watch," and then they go about with their lives. never looking back ever again. Um, or the other flip side of that coin is some rich punter who decided to buy the watch that can quite frankly do everything. It's a chronograph, annual calendar, flyback. I mean, it can tell you when your eggs boiled. It can it chime when it's time for you to take a shit. It can do basically. I mean, it can basically count down to how many minutes you have left to live. I mean, it's a watch that does it all.
I think that's the Apple Watch, isn't it?
Yeah, some would say that. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. To me, that's actually depressing. When people tell me, "Well, I wear the Apple Watch because it counts my steps and it can tell me if I'm having a heart attack or something." Um, I would literally, as you say this quite casually, I would literally delete myself than wearing something like that on a daily basis. What happened to the Apple Watch that you bought and that you were wearing for a little bit at some
I
point?
still have it. I still have it. Like I said, it's more of a winter watch than anything. So if I fall and crack my head open on a giant rock, maybe there's a small chance somebody will, get that distress signal. Um, but yeah,
It's
that's about it. I
what it
mean,
is. It's the Ultra. It's the big version. Is that what it is?
yeah, it's like like the Super Ultra or the Super Maximus or whatever the hell they called it. Um, Look, I think the technology for it is great. But other than that, no, I don't really wear it for anything else. It just sits in a drawer collecting dust.
Yeah, that's the thing. These kinds of things just don't emotionally excite me. That's my problem when it comes to. Uh, that was my frustration when we were playing the game of tag. I think either yesterday or a couple of days ago. I was posting my vintage stuff, and you were posting
Oh,
G Shocks, and I was like, "Shit, I
yeah,
hate this."
I know. I know. I told Ozzy, I'm like, I do this repetitively because it's such a simple thing, but I know it just gets underneath Lord's skin tenfold.
No, man, don't ever think I don't notice that pattern, and it does get under my skin. Yeah, we're talking, guys, about Aussie expats Discord, and let me also share the link to his channel. Um, a lot of us spend a good chunk of time there during the day. We talk about watches. We kind of just you know uh, kick it as people do on Discords, and there's kind of the different categories. Of course, since Meech is too cool for school, he doesn't abide by any of those categories. He just
Absolutely not.
posts something as it comes to him. And when it comes to the wrist check, whenever I post something, to promote something that I posted on Instagram or YouTube, Meet just takes a random wrist shot and makes sure that it's pushed out of everyone's sight. So it's a game of tag we have been playing, and he's winning for sure.
But speaking of Apple Watches here, I mean, if we have time, it doesn't have to be for the after show. I've got a very interesting story about an Apple Watch here.
Okay.
Kind of.
No, I mean, go ahead if it's something that you can talk about here.
Not
I don't
really.
mind.
Not. I mean, no, not really. I mean, it actually it's. Well, I mean, I guess I can kind of explain part of it here. Um, so she was actually wondering here, like,
No, no. You
uh,
look. Wait, wait. If you're gonna start the story, you are gonna finish it. If you can't finish the story, don't start it here.
okay, I can jump in the middle of it because the first section of it I
Okay.
can't mention in the air. But anyways, she's going to a university for tech, and she's trying to understand why the older generation just doesn't grasp it that well. Meaning, like, why we shun, like we're like the Amish, we shun electricity or electronics, excuse me. Um, and she's like, "Well, explain to me the difference between an Apple Watch and like a watch that you wear." Excuse me. And I said,
Okay.
"Look, in a nutshell, here," I said, if you she said try and keep it under like 5 minutes. And I said, all right, if you cut the line down the middle and you put a traditional watch on the right hand and an Apple Watch on the left, and then you begin to write down the things here, the pros and cons. I said, here's the con of an Apple Watch. It costs more than any mechanical watch out there. And I said, by that, I mean, the average punter pays about $500, which more often than not, the person cannot actually afford, so they just throw it on the bill on their phone plan and then just pay it all off. Thankfully, there's no interest on it, but
Okay.
still, I said, by the time the average person pays that off, let's just call it 3 years, that $500 Apple Watch is meaningless. It's worth nothing because what does a tech company do? She said, it grows. I said, correct. I said, how does the tech company make its money? She said, by forcing people to buy the next product. I said, exactly. And I said, in a nutshell here, an Apple Watch is made. I mean, I'm using the Apple Watch as an example here. Yes, you got the Google, you got the Samsung, all that stuff. But, I said, an Apple Watch is made and designed to fail off the assembly line since day
Right.
one. And I said, there's a reason, but there's, a few exceptions here. I said, there's a reason why the average person like myself or the boomers, if you will choose the mechanical aspect of something versus an Apple Watch because we understand the value. If we buy a G-Shock for $80, we understand that the G-Shock is going to last us at minimum, if properly taken care of, at minimum 10 years. The average lifespan of an Apple Watch is about 5 to 7. And I said the G-Shock can be repaired typically with just swapping out the battery, or in the worst
Mm.
case scenario, you can buy another one for $50. The Apple Watch is more expensive because at the end of the day, you will still have to replace it, whether you take care of it or not.
Yeah.
You will have to replace it because it's either A, phased out, or B, it was put together so poorly
Yeah.
that you have to physically replace it because of damages
And
and wear and tear.
the thing is, at that point, there's also the question of, like you said, planned obsolescence. So the product cycle might be, sorry, the amount of time that it might last, that it can last, might be 5 to 7 years. But we all know that it's going to be replaced by the new shiny object in 3 years, sometimes even less, right? So in that
Absolutely.
case, it is also a kind of bottomless pit. I have kind of a stump speech when it comes to comparing these things, and it has, I think, it's very easy, and you can combine or separate out and go into further detail with some of those points. Um, one, everyone has an Apple Watch, right? A mechanical watch, even at the entry level, is a vehicle for self expression. It's something that you can use to show your unique taste. It might not always be good taste, but at least your particular um, interests. That's one point that can never be replicated by a smartwatch. Two, um, my wristwatch never tells me that I have, dozens of unread emails, or that I'm not necessarily reaching my particular goals in one or another aspect of my daily life, or that I'm getting another call. It never puts me in a situation where I have to be engaged in a way that I don't want with my own time, right? So it gives you a mechanical watch gives you a certain control, at least a semblance or a feeling of control over time, without surrendering it to some other agency. The most important part, I think, is the heirloom aspect to it, is the human interest perspective to it, which you already touched upon. Actually, it's something that lasts and that even outlasts us. It is something that can be given from mother to son, father to daughter, father to son, and whatever permutation you would like. It is something that can be taken care of and certainly be trusted upon the next generation. And in and of itself, it is also kind of a nostalgic object. It's a throwback thing. Mechanical watches are already obsolete. We don't really care about them so much because they are excellent timekeepers. In most cases, the microwave keeps better time. But we all have this sort of intense, emotional, intimate, personal connection to them, because it touches upon certain aspects of our lives. It does inspire and evoke certain memories, and sometimes they can start conversations from scratch. I'm sure the your friends' eyes would have glazed over by the time I reached my second sentence. But I think a mechanical watch has a strong argument over an Apple Watch. Not And they don't, I think, compensate for each other. I don't think they are alternatives to each other. I understand people who use Apple Watches, but I can never see myself doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. And no, I mean, she, um, she. Funny enough, she was the one who got basically told by Paddock that she wasn't Paddock material. To
I
be able to
remember that
purchase one of their
story.
watches.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
that's
I mean, so she does. Though she certainly understands the or at least she kind of understands the flip side of the coin. Now, where the story has to end here is because there are pros of the Apple Watch here, and one of them was quite relevant at the time, but unfortunately, we cannot further any more. It's just not children friendly.
okay. Well, I guess in the background, I will have to learn about this story because you already piqued my interest, so to speak. And what else? Are we exhausted our topics for tonight?
Oh no, I just was trying to figure out how many beers I've had at this point and whether I want to wake up with a headache tomorrow or not. I'm trying to figure out what I have going on tomorrow. If I have to be anywhere, so it kind of really determines the alcohol ratio.
How much did you have already?
Four actually.
Okay.
It's pretty light day. It's a pretty light day.
You can take it, Mitch. I'm not gonna encourage anymore, but four seems okay. Four seems
Or
okay.
it's not wise to encourage an alcoholic. Hey.
Well, maybe you don't even need it, so you don't even need the encouragement, so to speak. But
No, I'm just trying to think here. I think yeah, I've got nowhere to be. Uh, yeah, it is what it is.
it is what it is.
Got the sheet moved over already, so that's kind of the giant headache out of the way.
You were at some point talking about how you want to move out of that. Is that still the plan? Um,
Yeah, so I'm trying to. This is kind of way off the the trail here, I suppose, but um, I'm withholding five, maybe seven of them, just to have myself.
okay.
Excuse me. And I moved them over to my old man's place, where it's just lush pasture for them. So they're officially retired at this point. They won't be lambing or anything. They're just gonna be over there and just kind of bum around, I guess. So, and then towards the end of the week, I think it's this end of this week here. Um, there's another sheep sale at my local livestock, although I wouldn't call it local, considering it's like two
Mhm.
and a half hours away. Anyways, so the rest of them that I haven't gotten taken over to my old man's place, the rest of them I'll load up onto a truck, and this is what I'm trying to figure out if I can take them down there myself, because my trailer can hold up to about 20 if I really try, and I don't really like cramming them in a trailer, ass to ass, wall to wall type situation, 'cause I find it a little unethical. Or if I have to hire somebody with a bigger trailer, which kind of sucks because then that kind of cuts in my profit there, and have them hauled down there. So
Okay, so that is, whoa, nice. People are going for it here finally. Um, the car alarms are blaring too.
yeah, we actually got rained out for our fireworks, or at least around this area. It's been rained out for the most part, which a lot of people are bummed at. But hey, it is what it is.
Van Lex says we want to hear the freaky tales you tell so well.
Well, trust me, there was a tail involved. I'll tell you that.
Well, I guess I will be the exclusive audience of that at some point.
Lord, I'm pretty sure you know exactly what I'm talking about. You know.
Well, I mean, I can play the fool if you can continue with the story on air, but yeah, I
No.
think I can guess.
Yeah. Anyways, other than that, no, I've got nothing else going on this week here. My tutor rep is really trying really hard to get me to buy this Black Bay 54 here.
Yeah.
They knocked $500 off of it, which damn, that is a little tempting. I'm not gonna lie, but I don't know if I mean, I don't know. I just I'm not interested in enough. Put it that way. And the market's died down on them, so it's not like there's a huge profit margin on them anymore.
Which version is it? Is it the one on a rubber or on the bracelet?
Rubber.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I mean, it's a cool watch, but if you're eventually going to flip out of it, don't even bother. Like you said, I mean, it's not like they carry a lot of premium on the secondary market at this point. So
I think I've done enough. I bought some jewelry. Fuck me dead, Lord. I bought some jewelry from my boutique. Fuck me dead.
For what and for whom?
It was actually so I was telling Oz this. I know some good associates of mine who are actually getting married next month. And we work relatively close together. I wouldn't call them friends by any means, but very good associates. They're wonderful people. They're great people, as Donald Trump would say. Anyways, so my boutique, given that their primary source of income is the jewelry business, they do these dog tags. And typically, they do them in stainless steel, but you can have an option of white gold, yellow gold, etc. And I decided to take, for my associates' weddings here, I decided to take their wedding invitation and shrink it, so to speak, and they'll etch it onto the white gold dog tag here. And I figured, you know what, I'd use that as a wedding gift for them. And it also is a feather in my cap because it's, with my boutique. And yeah, no, it's kind of a
So wait,
win-win.
what exactly did you do? You made a wedding invitation of them that was etched into those
Oh yeah, I
stylized
took so
dog
I took
tags?
their So what I did, what I did, and they've done this before actually.
Oh,
So I took the wedding invitation into them, and they took one look at it, and then they throw it into a scanner, which basically shrinks it down to where their
okay.
laser etching machine can just basically copy it onto a dog tag. Um,
And how many of those did you get for them? For all the
two, just
invitations? Oh, okay.
no, no, no,
Just
no,
for
no,
the
no,
two of
no.
them.
It's just two. It's just for the husband and the wife because
Hmm.
it's a gift for them. I wasn't gonna do the whole shebang. Um,
Oh, I thought you did it as party favors or something. I mean, that's already
no, no,
generous.
no, no, no,
I'm
no,
I'm not
no.
I'm not judging, but that could have been a more substantive purchase, which I'm sure would have given you a little more mileage than the Aussie expat trademark, the donuts, the
And the
donut
Krispy
method.
Kremes.
Yeah.
No, this is kind of something that's kind of off the beaten path here, I guess, again, but I know the wife. The wife is. I know the wife enough here, and I was talking to her. This is like months back, and we were explaining how she likes things. She likes, she's very much like you, Lord. She likes old things, from the
How do you mean?
1800s, and
Okay.
she's she likes dumpster diving, I guess, and she likes old trinkets. And she said, "Oh, my favorite thing in the world is when it's handmade or homemade, essentially." So I figured, screw it, may as well go this route. And it's a unique wedding gift. It's going to be something that's different than a toaster or a blender, and it's better than cash and a gift card. So at least I think so. I don't know.
No, no, I think it's a cool idea. I was just wondering if it would put you even in a better standing. So this is also the same AD that is trying to sell you the Tudor Black Bay 54. Am I right
Correct.
to
Yep.
understand that? So
Yep.
you are saying, so you are essentially implying that one of the reasons you might have ended up buying the Tudor would be to raise your standing, but you feel that you have done your part already.
Correct.
Right. But what are you waiting from them at this point, at
I
any
don't know. That's
rate?
a good. That is a good question because Oz asked me the same thing. It's like, so what do you hope to get out of it? And I said, I don't know, actually, um, because the market's changed so much at this point. It's I was telling Oz this. I think everyone is hanging up on the Rolex dealers when they mention gold, and I don't really blame them. Gold is now under retail when it comes to the majority of the Rolexes. Not all of them, but the majority of them. Maybe a Pepsi, but not a huge
Yeah.
fan of the Pepsi.
And that was quite honestly the historical standard.
Right.
Would usually retail, would usually trend under retail on the secondary market. I mean, that was the historical trend. So
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess I wouldn't say
yeah,
no
so
to root
maybe another.
beer.
Hmm?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess in the end, it's gone
In
pear
two
shaped.
tone, or in Everose. In two
Oh, two
tone or
tone.
Everose
I,
when
I
it
I
comes
wouldn't I
to
wouldn't touch
beer.
the full Everose. There's no fucking way I would touch the full rose gold. That thing's cancer.
That's a little harsh. Why do you say that?
Well, considering that nobody wants it and it's about like 5 grand under retail, absolutely not.
Okay. Well, I mean, overall, I think um, the it has kind of worn off its luster. Certainly, with the release of the new kind of black and gray version, it's some of the hype certainly went that way. And again, alarms and whatever else. Yeah, there's something going on with my connection again. Everything seemingly slowed down. I don't know. Yeah, look at this. Nothing is loading. So strange.
Well, to be fair, Rolex has a terrible website since the new update.
I think they are getting too complicated for their own good. For a while we used to criticize websites of watchmakers for being too old, too clunky, not having enough visuals. And nowadays there's so many animations and transitions, and it's just too burdensome. I mean,
Well,
it's
I said this in the
look at this.
past. It's not
What
just
is this?
Rolex. It's everybody. It's Omega. It's Longines. It's everyone trying to get this 3D
Yeah,
animation for their
Breguet,
watches.
you know, like as you scroll down, you transition into something else.
Yeah, it's a nightmare.
It's
It's a
too
nightmare if
much.
you have a phone
Too
or a
much.
tablet. Like you need to have a desktop to navigate their shitty ass website.
Yeah, I give up. I give up. On Rolex, at least, I give up for.
It's futile. Anyways, in conclusion here, I don't really know. I mean, I would like the J-Lo special, but I feel like give that another, I don't know, give that till December, and that'll be like 3-4 grand under retail as well. So I don't know. I mean, I doubt I'll get a call for a Daytona since especially since the new ones are coming out. I've probably been they probably took my name off the list and told me to get fucked. So it's just yeah, it is what it is. I guess I'm just doing it as a creature of habit. I guess. Fight me dead. It's just me now. All right. So now is the time for our Tucker Carlson moment here to talk State of the Union, ladies and gentlemen. State of the Union. Um, will the college debt relief package cripple the U.S. economy? And here are my thoughts. I believe that the college students will inevitably default on their loans, which will be the tipping point here for the U.S. economy and the American people, which will really throttle us into a great recession here. People are going to default on those. People are not going to be able to pay back their student loans. It's going to be a disaster for the American people. The American people are taxed enough here. It's futile. It's futile. We're going to run into a huge recession here. The market will crash inevitably. The housing market crash is already, the bubble's already there. All right, the bubble's already there.
Thank you for this interlude, Mitch. I appreciate you as always. Mitch is our resident political pundit here.
And while the booze is kicking in, how about this LGBTQ? No, I'm just. no, I'm not that far gone.
Well, I mean, we respect the terms of service to begin with, right? We don't want to get canceled on YouTube for no reason. I'll leave it at that. But look, when it comes to, I think a lot of times these sorts of economic initiatives, you were talking about the student loans, they are really used in very reprehensible ways by politicians, because a lot of times they know that they can't necessarily go through with it, whether it is with their own, due to their own budgetary concerns, or they know that it would be denied or overturned or overruled at some level through the checks and balances. So again, I think the student loan cancellation debate is actually a very relatively neutral way of seeing how those kinds of gestures are virtue signaling at its worst. I mean, they never actually wanted to go through with it. They just want to pit people against each other. They know that the higher education system in this country is completely bankrupt, and the current system that we have in terms of, it's much like healthcare, right? You just have too much free money, and when you have too much free money, the system basically starts inflating the costs, right? Like $65,000 tuition per year. Are they crazy? What education can be worth that?
Well,
Same thing with healthcare costs, right? Since insurance pays, let's inflate these bills. It's exactly the same logic. So obviously, the student loan system is unjust, but now that they screwed it up, they should focus on how to move forward rather than clean up the mess temporarily, which will clog down the pipe further down the road anyways. So it's stupid. But please, sorry, I cut you off.
well, no, I was just gonna say, like, I agree with the majority of the math here on saying, don't forgive the debt, 86 the interest rate, and I think that's probably more of a realistic ledge to stand on, quite frankly. Of course, the banks hate this idea because then they lose all their money off the interest
Right.
rate. But then you roll into the other side of this interesting conversation here, where of course you're gonna have people who are going to exercise the loophole because of course when something like this, there's always a loophole, and my cousin would be a great example of this. She's smart. She's gotten smart, and she's making good money now as a dentist.
Mm.
But she was, when we first started way back, day one, if you will, about the college debt relief plan. I may have mentioned this, but she went to the most prestigious university of Minnesota, and then the most prestigious university of Wisconsin. So well pampered, well taken care of. And then she was looking into it and saying, well, how can I get a good chunk of my debt, 86th, off the relief plan? Meanwhile, she's driving around in a Mercedes Benz, got the Louis Vuitton handbag, the apartment that's overlooking the city, so on and so forth. You get the point here. So you really, the whole point of the relief plan isn't to help those type of people, is to help those who legitimately needed it. Like I said, thankfully she kind of, smartened up and took responsibility for herself. Uh, Not everyone was going to do that, but hey, I'm just gonna say you would have that problem. That would be inevitable.
Yeah, I mean, it is really, again, a long discussion, and in a way, I do sympathize with some of the arguments presented for the loan forgiveness, for sure. Don't take me wrong. Um, because again, I think the system overall is unjust. But again, we all make mistakes, and no one owes you. Um, and that's why I call it forgiveness, right? No one owes you that forgiveness, right?
I
You
absolutely
should
agree. End of the day,
you
pay the
should take
bill.
responsibility to clean up your own mess. But overall, I think we do need to rehaul the entire system because it's simply betraying the students, and really every actor involved, pretty much, except for the administrators who have been, you know, basically reproducing themselves like some invasive species on every single campus. All these new offices for all kinds of bureaucratic fine points and initiatives, which will get us once again to the political realm. So I don't want to touch it, but that's where the money is going. Money is going to building brick and mortar, turning campuses into country clubs, and lining the pockets of the new bureaucratic class on campuses. And it's certainly not going into higher education, per se.
Yeah, and I agree. And I know this might be a bit harsh, but I also blame the parents more than anything here. Um, Look, for what it is, kids are stupid, right? I mean, they're meant to be stupid because obviously they haven't lived, right? Um, So when you got the school counselor who's working at a public school who's $400,000 in the hole, living out of a 4x4 janitor's closet office,
Mm.
and telling these kids, "Oh, you need to go to a 5-year prestigious university. It's going to change your life. You're going to be the big time. You're going to hit the big time." I did it. No, I mean, let's overlook the fact that I'm operating out of the janitor's closet here, and I've got $400,000 worth of debt. But hey, it'll work out for you. Trust me, it's going to work out for you. That's a bunch of shit. Why would you take financial advice from a complete loser like that, right? They're fucking losers. They never made it. That's why they're working in a public school. Okay, they just want to see the kids as miserable as them at the end of the day. And in my opinion, it's on 50% on the parents to educate their kids about basic financial strategy, savings, learning to budget, learning to know what you can afford and what you can't afford, learning interest rates, learning how damaging an interest rate can be, learning how to build up a credit. You know, they're not going to teach you this shit in school.
Yeah, but that is the problem, isn't it? Right? Don't you think some of these practical things should actually be taught in school, and probably even before college level? I mean,
Oh,
I
absolutely.
think there used to be, at least. I don't know if that's the case, and I didn't do my high school education in the US, but wasn't there at some point a home economics kind of class? It would help.
Kind of. But it's been taken over by a bunch of stupid shit now. Now you got to learn. They want to teach kids in fourth grade geometry and algebra too, but God forbid, they give them
Mm.
the slightest idea of what basic finance is. Now you're gonna learn about Romeo and Juliet. That's what you're gonna learn about today. Yeah, that's what you're gonna learn about today. You're gonna learn about which sex are you? Which is an entirely different conversation in itself and very debatable. But you get the
Yes,
point.
yes,
They
sir.
teach the most stupid shit nowadays. It's pointless.
Basil says, in my home state, you can do 2 years in junior college for free and then get another 2 years for free in one of the state schools if you hold a 2.5 GPA. I think that's, for public education, that should be the system. And honestly, I think overall, using a junior college or a community college for the first 2 years, if you are committed to a higher education, I think it's actually a very safe way of saving at least some of the money. You make sure that you are cut out for it. You work on your grades, and you actually have to, you know, prove it to yourself that you deserve to be that you fully belong to a full college, and then you transfer into an institution, even when they're not there's not a system that Basil is outlining here, where you could basically transition into uh, a 4-year institution after your first two years. Anyway, it's any that's the thing, that's the one thing I love about the US, since we are on July 4th still, but one thing that I also sometimes hate, right? I love capitalism, and I love it unapologetically. On the other hand, we also tend to make everything into an industry, everything into a money making machine. But there should be aspects of our lives that we don't necessarily turn into that sort of that sort of I don't want to find too controversial a term, but yeah, there should be aspects of human life, like education, like health, that should be sheltered from that sort of exclusively financial concern. I think education has turned into that. So, everyone goes to college, everyone gets into significant amounts of debt, because ultimately it benefits that system, where people make money on something that really doesn't benefit the students, doesn't benefit society overall, that everyone has a certain problem with, even before stepping into an ideological dissection of the whole issue. Um, and it's simply, it needs to be redesigned. And partly maybe it's what Basil is saying. Maybe we should pay more attention to junior college, community college. We should maybe once again separate practical education, um, like technical education, vocational schools from the university, where we can actually train people properly, and where the university can serve maybe another purpose if we still need it in the 21st century. I'm not even sure.
Well, I mean, excuse me. I remember, this sounds incredibly, I don't know, maybe expensive, I guess, but me and another person were discussing, like, what if you had, what if it was like it was a requirement. You have to do 1 year of community college, 1 year minimum, sometimes two depending, before you can jump to university. Because if you do the 1 year, typically, not all the time, but typically, most community colleges, as a part of the requirement of said course, whether you're doing HVAC, nursing, computer science, whatever, one of the requirements is you do the internship. That's typically, not all the time, but typically paid internship. So therefore, they got, I mean, that's basically what I had to do as a diesel tech, as a grease monkey. I had to be able to, in my first year, get a job. I had to get a job. Lord, I had to get a job. And that was part of the requirements, that I would have to maintain that job in order to graduate. At least over the summer, anyways. And typically most people would go back to that job because, hey, they've been there for, X amount of years, and sometimes they would continue to work there throughout the school year. Um, so the argument of forcing a community college requirement for 1 year, which would force people to get a job, then go to university, would be a very interesting one, because then it's not all about partying, doing drugs, being complete animals, incels, and just wasting the American tax dollar.
Oh man, how are we going to return to watches from this? um do you did We didn't look too thoroughly, but we did take a peek at the Only Watch with you. Was there a particular model that you really despised or actually liked from that selection?
Not really. I don't pay attention to these auctions. Most of the time, I find them to be tedious.
Even from these models, you didn't find anything interesting or
I
reprehensible
mean,
for that
there's
matter.
a few interesting ones here. There's a few that I would say there's absolute garbage here. But I mean, hey, that's kind of my usual thoughts at a glance, I guess.
Okay. Well, you can rent if you wanna choose one as your
I mean, quite frankly,
garbage
if
take.
I had all these watches lined up and they were on a giant towel, I'd roll that towel up with all these watches in there, and I'd just find the closest trash bin and just deposit it there.
I appreciate that. At least you're honest, man. Yeah. Oh, by the way, I was gonna tell you because we strayed away from that conversation, but you did inspire me about naming one of the upcoming content sections, because you keep, um, you were just comparing me to your friend's wife as a fellow dumpster diver. but anyway, you were, because you usually say it in these kinds of, sexual innuendos as well. I have my usual market digest that I share on Patreon, and that recently came as part of the YouTube membership. By the way, guys, I think there's still a couple of free memberships floating around, so make sure you accept gifts. It's not a trick; it doesn't renew automatically or something. It's just a way for you to try the membership for the first month for free. So check it out. Make sure you allow gifts on the channel. I think there are about 2 more from the initial 15 that Ali gifted. But anyway, so that section is eventually going to come over as it graduates out of the YouTube member exclusive contents to the regular content on this channel, these like 15-minute videos. And I'm going to call it Wilf Hunter, with your permission.
Oh, no comments.
What watches I like to find. and I was thinking that maybe I can kind of harken back to the intros of those videos. Have a similar logo with the M reversed.
A white stain on the back. Oh, Jesus. Oh.
Well, I mean, Mitch, it's basically your idea. Why are you disgusted by it now? You are the inspiration.
Because I haven't drunk enough to realize that this is fucking horrible.
Yeah. Yeah, guys, keep your eyes peeled. Next week is going to be the first set of 3 videos that will be shared with the general public under the new Wilf Hunter series. Hopefully you will like it. But I do need to add some production value in terms of the logo and the intro sequence, even if it's 10 seconds, and like add a nice thumbnail. Let me see if I can find the old logo.
Jesus Christ.
I love the way you described from memory what the logo looked like, though. I appreciate that. I don't think I can count on many people to remember that that vividly. Can you describe it again, the MILF Hunter logo?
I just prefer not, honestly.
No, it will be, in my case, it's just going to be a watch leaning on, obviously.
Did we get to hear like the noise effect too? When somebody clicks on it, it's just a.
Oh my God! That I don't remember actually. But yeah, was it something like this? Let me see.
Honestly.
Was it something like this? And maybe we can, that M can easily become a W. and this lovely mature lady can easily become a nice wristwatch, right?
Or an hourglass, a voluptuous looking hourglass lady.
Nice. Hourglass. That's a shape we like. That's properly horological with a silent W, so to speak. Van Lux is great. He says, I see you frequent the same page as I do, YB. Man, I mean, look, I might not be prepared to hold my own ground with you on this, but we can exchange some ideas in terms of our favorite genres, I guess.
I mean, I have to break out another 6-pack for that one, because that one's a very long conversation. And it's fairly in depth as well. I mean, we're gonna break it down like it's Monday Night Football. John Madden with the whole the pencil screen and everything else. Having to circle out the details.
Oh man. There was a question that I wanted to answer earlier. I don't know if Goldfinger, if you're still here, say something in the chat to answer. Guys, in general, I do appreciate you, but when you ask complex questions like that, I would appreciate the super chat as well to go with it. Um, Jack has super chatted above, so I will answer his question immediately. If I were to buy a reverso, would you go monoface or duo? I understand that the duo face isn't original, but nobody plays polo, so might as well take the advantage of the flipping mechanism. Um, if you read, well, if you kind of study the history of the reverso, obviously that is the origin story. Obviously, the flipping mechanism was invented to preserve the crystal in a kind of sporting activity, which was, of course, originally polo, since it was an idea that came up from the British officers deployed on the subcontinent who like to spend their time playing the game. Um, on the other hand, it quickly gained a kind of, you know, popularity. The watch itself gained a kind of popularity and quickly became a dress watch of some sort, with the flip side used for customization, used as a canvas for personalization, whether it's an engraving, enamel, and um, more intricately, sometimes for a micro painting, which can cost thousands of dollars, of course. But in modern time, um, I think it can be used for anything, so it really depends on what you're looking at. If you are simply enchanted by the reverso as an aesthetic object, even the blank would serve you well. And maybe you can go for one of the ultra thin versions on the secondary market. Those are really worth it. And you might eventually, pardon me, get an engraving on the back. Um, I think some of the pieces are very interesting in terms of the movement technology, whether it is about the power reserve or about the complication. So an exhibition case back is actually quite cool for a reverso. That's what I have. That's what I'm wearing, incidentally. I don't know how this happens, but yesterday, Jack and I, we were talking about a Seiko, and I happen to wear a Seiko. Today he's asking about the reverso, and I'm wearing my reverso. And you see, mine is an exhibition case back for the double barrel movement with the 8-day power reserve, which I think has a very nice architecture and is decently decorated. Nothing that really aspires to a high horological standard necessarily, but certainly something that, from an architectural standpoint and from an aesthetic standpoint too, has that Art Deco inspiration in the same way that the overall design embodies it. So, um, as much as I appreciate the dual face concept, and I think it does have a very useful and utilitarian band. It's giving you two watches at once a lot of times. I don't think it's absolutely necessary. um don't always look at it as um getting the most out of your buck necessarily. At the end of the day, you can boil the whole thing down to what we were talking about in distinguishing mechanical watches from smart watches. At the end of the day, this is all luxury. This is all superfluous. This is all um, obsolete. So any money you spend on a wristwatch, especially on a reverso, is rather um, rather much. So don't just fall into the dual face thing for the idea you are getting two watches in one. A reverso with just a personal engraving on the back, or an exhibition case back that actually excites you, is just is worth it just as much. Um, so study the examples you have, see if there's a complication that you like. If not, just getting the ultra thin with an with a blank case back, I don't think is a bad idea. I mean, look at some of the stainless steel examples for, and even when it's um, even some of the precious metal versions, they're not all that expensive compared to what kind of value they give you. Like, look at this. Let me see. Where is this located? This is the pink gold version with the chocolate brown dial, ultra thin. It's a blank canvas. You can eventually get an engraving and even filled in with enamel and even something more complex, which I believe JLC only does for the precious metal versions. I think they only do engraving for the stainless steel at this point. But this is a supremely elegant watch, and very um, a decent deal for what it is. I mean, can you get a relatively contemporary Calatrava in that price range? You can. You might have something even more intriguing, depending on your taste, of course. The white gold version, again, is around the same price point. And these are all relatively uncommon, so certainly a watch with a lot of personality, a lot of character, and something that wouldn't necessarily break the bank. Again, we're talking about five figures. It's already a lot of money for a watch, but considering what you're getting, I don't think it's so bad. And that's the stainless steel version, although these have been generally creeping up in price. And at that point, unless you are finding one of the US limited edition versions with the syringe hands, which were only produced in two runs of 100 examples each, um, it might be worth just going for the precious metal version, whether it's the white gold or the pink gold. Bezels 199. Are you familiar with the Hamilton Otis? I've heard of it, but I'm not extremely familiar with it, honestly. That's Hamilton's version of the reverso, right? Analog Shift at some point apparently had one. Let's bring that up. And thank you, Basil, for your super chat. I appreciate you. For a good chunk of Reverso's early production, something that coincides with their classic period, the cases were produced by Venga. So Wenger also gave those cases, also sold those cases to a number of different producers, including Hamilton, including Movado, and in fact, some of those cases, a very limited number at that, also found their way to Patek Philippe because, in fact, one of the founders of Jaeger LeCoultre was at the time sitting on board of Patek Philippe, on the executive board of Patek Philippe. And there is, I think, about less than a dozen historical examples of Patek branded genuine reversos that hold a lot of interesting horological and historical value, very handsome watches. So Hamilton probably got these cases from the same maker as JLC. That would be my guess, even though, again, as I mentioned, Basil, I haven't specifically studied the Hamilton Otis. This is a 14 karat gold filled version. Clearly for the US markets. At those times, it was pretty hard to compete, especially with precious metal pieces in the US markets because of the tariffs. So they had to find all sorts of ways around it, sometimes even find ways of, some of the Swiss brands had to find ways of assembling watches here even. This is what it says. So the design of the Otis infringed upon another watch manufactured by a Swiss company, Jaeger LeCoultre, that is, who was also manufacturing their reverso under Chauveau's pattern. As you'd expect, Hamilton and JLC soon found themselves embroiled in a lawsuit, and I think that was probably used as a precedent for everyone else as well. Ultimately, after 3 years in court, JLC won out. Due to the terms of the lawsuit, Hamilton could only produce the Otis using movements made by Tavan, Movado, or JLC themselves. Faced with the choice of either using another brand's movements or cease production altogether, Hamilton pulled Otis from their catalogs in 1940. So, hey, all sorts of historical interest in a model like this, limited production, unique design, and a non-JLC reverso certainly finds some interest. It's a very interesting. I'm wondering. You were talking about your friend Basil, who has a collection of Hamilton watches. Does he happen to have an Otis as well? I wonder if there are any on Chrono 24 by any chance. No. Yeah, I believe they must have gotten their cases from Wenger and basically made them, slotted their own movement inside it. And it was good while it lasted. It genuinely does look pretty good. I like the style. It reminds me of the recent release by Alpina to celebrate their 100th and 40th anniversary. I think the price point was a little unrealistic for an Alpina, but since it was 14 examples in each dial option, I think they sold pretty ably and rather quickly. But a kind of square case with stepped flanks, uh, incidentally in sterling silver and a high polish. They had a black dial that was a little more differently attired as well, with a circular uh, subsidiary dial for the seconds. This one had a two-tone silver dial with a subsidiary dial for seconds that harkens to the rectangular shape and the larger square-like shape of the case. They were both presented on these golden brown ostrich skin straps, which, of course, harken back to that particular pseudo colonial styling of the original reversos as well. I think these were something like $5,000 out of the basically all things considered, but they are now all sold out. They were built with new old stock AL 490 movements. I presented on them when they were still available. But just to go back very quickly, so yes, these are the two handsome pieces. And here is a closer look at the properly shaped movements. Well, I mean, in this case, obviously, they have found the new old stock movements, which they wanted to use in a modern revival watch. So they designed the watch after the movement in this case, but in either case, it is a beautiful undertaking. I really, really loved it. Oh, nice. That's amazing, Basil. I'm looking forward to hosting your fellow collector and friend on the channel. Yeah, I love these watches, but they were for me a hard pill to swallow. $5,000 for a kind of niche Alpina watch, I would have to pass. And I just got, as you guys know, I just got two pieces, one of which is still on the way, and the other one that I introduced on the channel before, the Argenta jump hour piece. I absolutely adore this watch. I love it. Yeah, it's my foray into the 21st century, as Meech has commented. Are you still there, Meech?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes? No?
Yeah. Yeah. No, no. I'm up there, man. I'm up there.
So coming back to the Ineichen auction, as at the risk of alienating Meech, who has just said he doesn't care much about auctions. There are a few pieces that I wanted to bring up before I might call it night. There's a very interesting Royal Oak at lot 22. This is actually the 14802 in stainless steel. It all started in the 20th anniversary of the Jumbo, of the original 5402. That's when AP started heavily investing in the idea that they should do faithful creations of the original Jumbo. 14802 was exemplary in this particular way, a limited run of 1,000 pieces. For the first time, this reference, the Royal Oak Jubilee, introduced exhibition case backs to the Jumbo. And in fact, they had this incredible rotor, as you can see, which is certainly engraved with the number of this piece in the limited run, but also evokes elements of the iconic octagonal bezel of the watch in all its contours, nicely skeletonized and with a 21 karat supplemental weight, the classic caliber 2021, based on what remains to this day the thinnest self-winding caliber with a full rotor, JLC 920. I think they were made in 700 examples in stainless steel with this original original blue that harkens to the night sky, and about 20 in platinum and 280 in yellow gold. I think rarely you can certainly find salmon dial versions of this in steel. They're exceedingly rare. The platinum dial has that Florentine finish, has that Tuscan dial, along with a dark blue version, which I think usually, if not always, comes with diamond indices. And the yellow gold has a number of different finishes, you know, like off-white, white, champagne, and maybe even kind of, you know, slate gray kind of color. But yeah, this was certainly an historic piece. I think in this way, a lot of times it will have a premium attached to it. It usually runs on the secondary market for even more expensive than the 15202, which is the now discontinued forerunner to the current reference, the last Royal Oak Jumbo that still was powered by the JLC base movement. This particular piece does not have any bids on it yet. It has therefore also not reached its reserve price. At lot number 22, the starting bid is 46,900, and the fixed price, which might end the auction at any time before the time on the clock elapses, is 94,900 for this AP Royal Oak Jubilee. It's a beautiful piece. Do you like it at all, Meech? No.
Is this a 20? No, not 26. Technically 36 mil.
No, 39. This is the jumbo.
39. Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I couldn't say. I guess at the end of the day, because it's hard. It's hard to keep track of all the sizes, especially when AP does this weird shit. Well, oh, it's it's the jumbo mini. It's the jumbo. No, it's the
No,
jumbo
no, no.
large. It's the
They have
jumbo extra
never.
large.
They have never.
Well,
They
I'm
have
not
never
saying they
used.
have, but you get the
No,
point.
no. I do get the point, but just so we don't confuse the viewers, AP never used the term jumbo for any other Royal Oak watch except for the 39 millimeter. Of course, in modern time, since watch sizes grew and since they started making Royal Oaks larger than 39 millimeters, 41, etc., they call the jumbo now jumbo extra thin. But yes, of course, at this point in time, they also had 14800, for example, which was 36 millimeters on leather strap. They had the 14790, which was what the collectors call mini jumbo and is 36 millimeters in diameter. But this is the original reference point that has been faithfully reproduced by them over the years. I think they had a couple of different reference points over time, but the 15202 remains the most iconic. 16202 is the current replacement. 5402 is original, and this is the most niche because it's the most limited in number. This one, especially in precious metals, like in yellow gold, is an arm and a leg, basically. I mean, it trends for insane prices on the secondary market. But yeah, this is the original size. For you and me, the so-called reduced size at 36 millimeters can work just as well, but it is a different feel, to be sure.
Yeah, I think it'd really work for Ozzy too. I mean, I think that 37 mil is just a bit too big for him, honestly.
I admire the persistence. I mean, we have been trying to bait Ozzy into joining, but clearly he's not tuned in. Otherwise, I'm sure he couldn't help himself.
Yeah,
No?
it's okay. He's bound to make a mistake. He's convincing himself of a lie that he wants the white Dow. I mean, Lord, between you and me, you know he's lying to himself. He just wants it because it's cheap. It's cheap and nasty, absolute rubbish.
Well, look, I mean, it's just from the modern line, from the contemporary offerings. There's not much that really excites me except for the jumbo. But when I start dipping into the back catalog, when I get into my Wilf Hunter bag, there's a lot that I'm interested in, including all those reference points that I recited. The 14800, for example, I was just sharing earlier today a selection of reduced size Royal Oaks and Nautiluses with my Patreon subscribers. The 14800, especially with the military dial, has a kind of Aquanaut wide when you compare it to standard issue Royal Oak on the integrated bracelet, whether it is, um, whether it is the full size, jumbo size or not. Like look at this, for example. It's not on the rubber band, but do you get what I mean?
No, I get what you mean. I do. And I've actually considered this just for a moment or two because it is on the Theo and Harris uh, website, and it's a low hanging fruit. I mean, it's funky as fuck, but it's a royal oak, and I could hang it over Oz's head, saying that I made it into the Holy Trinity before he did. Quite frankly. But I don't know. I mean, I just can't get behind. I'm not a fan of the numeric dial. I guess I don't know.
Sorry, I really needed this cup of water. I'm surprised, actually. I thought you were gonna say I'm really not a fan of the cheap and nasty leather strap, but
No, I mean the cheap ass leather strap I can get that can be fixed. I just no, I can't get behind the style. I can't. It doesn't scream AP to me. AP is supposed to scream money, and this doesn't. This ain't it. This ain't it.
well, um, I was making, from my standpoint, if I want one Royal Oak, it has to have the classic, tapisserie dial. For me, especially, it should be jumbo. It needs to have uh, that fine petit tapisserie dial. I think that's the right texture. That's the right color. Um, it's just perfect. But the reason I said, 14800 is kind of like the Aquanaut to the original Royal Oak is because it is reduced sized. The 14800. It is on a leather strap, which I'm sure can be retrofitted with some kind of rubber strap as well. And with that military dial specifically, it's distinct enough, it's different enough from what even the similarly sized 14790 represents, that it can justify its existence in a collection that has another Royal Oak. But I agree with you. The military dial, I've never been a huge fan. I know a similar design, although with a grand tapisserie detail at the center, was also adopted by the Nick Faldo edition. Um, I like it. It's a different vibe. I kind of like it as a design. But yeah, it doesn't necessarily feel at home in every single Royal Oak. Um, I agree with that. But on the other hand, it's different enough from the standard issue that it can actually have its own case or have its own place. The ones I really like actually are the precious metal Russia exclusive limited editions they did at a certain point in time. Like this one. Like it has that ink blue dial with a very different Arabic numerals in a very different style. and matched with either a pink gold or a platinum case. Wait, this is not, it's a similar style, but that's not the Russia limited edition. Where is it? Maybe it's already sold out. Oh yeah, this is it has that double-headed eagle on the back. Limited edition of 28 in platinum. You know, again, probably too much of an oddball for a collection that doesn't yet have a Royal Oak, but you know, for those who want to take the risk, it's a very interesting offering indeed. What did you send in the? Man. Is it? I mean, look what I sent you, Meech, most recently, and look what you sent me. Does this strike you as a, you know, as a reciprocal, nice friendship?
I mean,
Why
I
do
can
you
change. I can change it, but
why do you treat me like that, Meech?
well, I figured since you were trying to entice me by buying someone else's watch, it would return the favor of a comical joke.
This is an interesting piece as well. One of this Daniel Roth Masters chronographs that runs on the base of the Zenith El Primero Caliber 400, which was, of course, the beating heart of Rolex's Daytona as well from 1988 to 2000, even if in a modified form. This particular piece has a blue dial that does not have the usual guilloche finish, with which is often finished, often decorated with the vertical pinstripes that have become part of the visual cues of the brand as much as the double ellipse case. Arrow hands for hour and minutes, Roman numerals painted on the dial with brilliant cut diamonds behind each hour marker, a date window at 4:30, 30-minute totalizer at 3 o'clock, 12-hour counter at 6, and the continuous running seconds at 9 o'clock. As you can see, even the clasp kind of integrates those vertical pinstripes, and you can get a nice glimpse onto the DR400 from the case back, which is perhaps not very elaborately finished, but it still has the typical Geneva stripes on the bridge plates and blued screws. And this particular example actually comes with the original box and papers. I love the fact that, the whole presentation is so integral that you have to have the elliptical, the double ellipsis case shape even in the box. And this is a piece that is in stainless steel, again, ellipsocurvex shape, which I believe is 38 by 41. Yeah, right here. From the hourglass period. And it is currently being bid at $10,050 in US dollars with about 11 days to go. There's a fixed price of 16,750, which is not altogether unrealistic compared to others because with the recent revival of the brand under the auspices of Louis Vuitton, La Fabrique du Temps, there has been an upsurge of interest in the brand, and the prices have been creeping up slowly but surely. And this is an example of Daniel Roth from that hourglass era after he lost some of its independence and had to cater to a more mainstream audience with these sorts of stainless steel pieces that featured popular complications at more accessible price points. But I think it's still a piece that transmits a lot of the allure that Daniel Roth brand has. Please hit the like button, by the way, if you haven't already. I really appreciate your presence and support, but extra push really helps. It really does matter for a small channel like this. Your viewership matters, of course. And I really, truly appreciate you. If you could share some of the videos, if you can help bring more people into the community, that is certainly well appreciated. That helps a great deal. And if you want to contribute to the channel in some other way, you know how. The links are available in the video description, and you can always also feel free to send in your requests, your demands, or simply show your appreciation with super chats as well. YouTube memberships and Patreon subscriptions will bring you exclusive content on a regular basis. So that is an added value that you can take advantage of. Here's a classic Ulysse Nardin chronograph. The heritage brand is headquartered in Le Locle. So that is what is noted on the dial. This is a multi-scale chronograph with a 38 millimeter gold-plated case, hence the price point. A nice off-white dial, again with a tachometer scale on the periphery of the dial and a telemeter scale printed in red in a concentric circle, Arabic numerals at 12 and 6, and a 2-register look. The dial, to me, looks like it has been tampered, if not necessarily refinished, but that's possible as well. But the price point might remain interesting even for a watch in that condition that's um, that might not be such a huge problem. I just wanted to share this simply because I appreciate the style, especially with those alpha hands that match the gold tones of the case. Very handsome looking piece at lot number 21. The bidding currently stands at 600 US dollars with about 11 days to go. And the buy it now option may be triggered at 2,800. At lot 25, we have a beautiful large-sized Memovox alarm wristwatch, 37 millimeters in stainless steel. The piece is in good condition, not necessarily the most well-preserved case, certainly a case that has seen previous polish, but the dial is quite well preserved and has this beautiful silvered look. Of course, the scale for the alarm is at the center, and there is an extra crown to set the alarm. As you guys know, Charlie Dunn of Vintage and I had a whole episode on these watches on the JLC Memovox specifically. So if you want to learn more about JLC collectibles and specifically about the Memovox, feel free to tune in to that episode. I am posting the link for you in the chat now. Feel free to tune in on your own time. Feel free to share that content. I think Charlie is a great expert on this, and he's also a great conversationalist. So that was a wonderful episode. That was a great interview. This is lot 25 for a JLC Memovox alarm wristwatch. There's a reserve price for this piece that has not yet been reached, I don't think. The bidding currently stands at 1,350 with 11 days to go in US dollars. The fixed price is 6,700, which can end the auction at any point in time. As always, no buyer's premium. That fixed price seems a little inflated, so expect this particular lot to go until the bitter end. Here's a precursor to the modern jumbo. We were just talking about the Aquanauts. Some people have, over time, really become a fan of this particular reference, whether it is because of its size or the grenade styled waffle dial. I don't know. I don't want to be harsh. I think partly it is also because of how um, covetable the current jumbo version is and how expensive it is on the secondary markets. So references like the 5066 as the one you see here have become an interesting alternative to 5167. And again, to be absolutely fair, these pieces have a character of their own. They are also smaller in diameter, so that in and of itself can make them attractive to people. One thing that I don't necessarily like about these early references is the design of the rubber band, which is quite average. It doesn't sit flush with the case itself and with the lugs as well, as it does in the 5167. But overall, this is certainly a piece that can offer its own value. It does have the exhibition case back too. So if that's something you value or you chase after, this particular example comes with an archival extract at lot number 27. The piece is currently being bid at around $30,000 with about 11 days to go. And the fixed price is set at 44,650. At lot 29, we have a Rolex GMT Master 2 with the increasingly popular Coke bezel. This is the 16710. You can see how the bezel, the aluminum bezel insert, has faded over time. The general condition of the case and the bracelet seems fine. This is a Holes case with, I believe, the solid end link bracelets, Luminova dial, since the piece is from around 2002. And it does come with some product literature, a leather wallet to hold your documents, which is in this case the warranty papers, then the official chronometer certificate. The piece has so far failed to attract any offers at lot 29. The starting bid would be 8,950 in US dollars. The fixed price is delusional, if I might say that, at 20,100. But I'm sure the auction itself will end at a much more reasonable price point. The 5-digit Rolex is, I think, is still a great value, whether you are shooting for a no-date Submariner in 14060 or like a GMT Master like this in 16710, or an Explorer 2 in 16570, or a Submariner Date in 16610. These are all great options. And I think they are a sweet spot. They're a sweet spot for people who are developing their taste, where most of their exposure has been to contemporary Rolex. They are a sweet spot for people who like a lot of the vintage Rolex aesthetic, but might not necessarily be able to invest in 4-digit pieces in quote unquote genuinely vintage Rolex. And especially around year 2000, they make great everyday wearers with all the modularity and with some of the charm that a vintage Rolex piece holds for a lot of collectors. We're looking at a classic day date. This is lot 30, an absolute classic. 18038. So a single quick set for the dates with a champagne dial, and on its presidential bracelet, an Italian day wheel to boot. $18238, I believe, is the sweet spot when it comes to Rolex day dates. Pardon me, in yellow gold, because that's the double quick set one. I know a lot of people can get very lazy about resetting these kinds of watches, and I understand. So for those, the sweet spot between contemporary and kind of the vintage realm would be there for the 5-digit era, 18238. This is a 18038 single quick sets with 11 days to go. With about 11 days to go, the bidding currently stands at 13,950. The fixed price is at 22,350, which can trigger the end of the auction. The piece also comes with its papers, classic proportions, classic features. This is as iconic as the day date gets at lot number 30. Are you still enjoying your day dates, Meech?
Yeah, yep. And yeah.
Okay, very, very enlightening and detailed take there. Thank you for that.
Well, no, I was just gonna go on the rant. Like, I want the JLo special, but it's futile. It doesn't matter how many Krispy Kremes I bring in. It's futile.
Okay. Well, I mean that's a cool watch. By JLo special, Meech means the Everose 40 with the olive green dial, applied Roman numerals. That's a stunning watch. Lot 31, we're looking at the Zenit Daytona, so to speak, one of the interesting pieces, a 16523, one of the relative bargains among self-winding Daytonas. I think the 5-digit era, the era of the caliber 4030, which was built on the Zenit El Primero caliber 400, one of the first, if not the first, integrated self-winding chronograph movements in the world. The two-tone version is a great deal, is a great value proposition. And here you can see it with a champagne dial with the chronograph registers accentuated with black outer rings. Classic oyster bracelet with polished center links in 18-karat yellow gold. 18-karat yellow gold bezel for the tachometer, and the screw down pushers as well as the crown is rendered in 18-karat yellow gold as well. This must be from mid 90s because it still has the inverted 6 in the hour counter. That more or less looks like a 9. The current bid stands at around 13,400 with about 11 days to go. And the fixed price is 22,350. Here's a watch that I really absolutely adore. It is the Tissot World Timer in its classic vintage version. In yellow gold, one of only 100. I believe the Tissot manufacture was built around 1853. I think that's the foundation of the brand. So these pieces came out to celebrate the centenary of Tissot, and they have a rotating center dial, a 24-hour dial with applied numerals, Arabic numerals for even numbers. And I want to say, wait a second. Yeah, bumper style automatic movements. The case size is about 36 millimeters. Beautiful cream dial. And really a unique and desirable piece. I think there was a stainless steel version as well. And one of the great things about these kinds of old school world timers is, of course, just the presence of different kinds of cities, some of which have even changed names over the years, right? For example, you see Bombay here. It's Mumbai now officially. Um, you can see different cities that you don't necessarily see in today's world time dials. Think, um, I don't think I see on a lot of modern world timers both Cairo and Baghdad. Certainly not Baghdad. Denver, you don't see much. There's Shanghai and not Beijing, which would be an absolute no-no in this day and age. But there we go. This is the Tissot World Timer. Very interesting piece at lot 44. It has not attracted any bids right now. The starting bid would be 1,700 in US dollars, and the fixed price right around 5,600. I'm going to come back to those Daytonas down there. I do want to take a look at a few things here. Submariner with red writing, 1680. Single line of red writing, Submariner. On this feet first dial. On its folded link, period correct oyster bracelets. The piece is overall in good condition, not exceptional, but not the worst I have seen either. This piece at lot number 33 also has not yet been bid on. The starting bid would be 13,400. The fixed price, the buy it now option, which can end the auction at any point in time, is 26,800. The buyer's premium is non-existent once again at this Ineichen auction. So what you see is what you get in terms of the pricing. That was lot number 33 for Rolex Submariner reference 1680 with a single line of red writing on the dial. There are two first-generation Vacheron Constantin overseas pieces, one with a quartz movement and the other with a patinated dial. I mean, in this case, others might call it tropical. I would just call it damaged, but you be the judge, you be the final judge. It is the original blue with rather faded edges. This particular piece was at around 37 millimeters, so its aesthetic is much closer to the 222 than the current version of the overseas. And I think when found in good condition, they're absolutely worth the price points, which is in low tens, so low five figures. I can't necessarily vouch for the condition of this particular one, but I wanted to just drop that knowledge for you as we're passing by. This is lot 34 for the self-winding version in stainless steel. The starting bid would be 6,700, and the fixed price is, as I mentioned, a little inflated, but it is set at 15,650 for lot 34. We were just talking about this earlier, Ali and I. The original Beast, the 42 millimeter piece that was introduced in 19 that was presented in 1993 and introduced for the first time a chronograph into the Royal Oak line for the first time as well, with the exposed rubber gasket under the bezel, as well as rubber accents on the pushers and the crown. A dial that has a certain depth with uh, the introduction of rejo, on which the tachymeter is printed. This particular design actually preserved the petite tapisserie on the dial, which would over time become grande and then mega, and completely take over the watch. The piece has a more uniform finish to support the overall utilitarian look, and is certainly much thicker and 42 millimeters in diameter. When it comes to the size, also a little 14 millimeters thick, if I'm not mistaken. This is a nice and relatively well preserved example. It does come with a service receipt and a service card. The AP Royal Oak Offshore Chronograph 25721 ST, the Beast. This piece is currently being bid at lot number 36 for 13,400. The fixed price is 26,800. It is the 30th anniversary of this piece, as you guys know, which AP continues to celebrate with a number of new releases, some of which we talked in the early part of the show. The reduced sized 37 millimeter versions. Feel free to rewind and listen to that. We're in the last stretch, so please hit the like button if you want to support the show. Feel free to squeeze in one last super chat with any questions or requests. I think I will talk about these two Daytonas and then sign off. We have a reverse panda right here, a very beautiful piece. You're looking at lot 43. This is from mid 70s, the 6265. Stainless steel with a matching tachymeter bezel and screw down crowns. A nice matte black dial and subtly sunken into it, you have the 3 chronograph registers in silver, which creates that inverted panda look and adds the dial a certain depth. This is FAP worthy, as I call it, since it is FAP Rolex Fuerza Aérea del Perú. This is one of those Daytona chronographs that were supplied to the Air Forces, to the Peruvian Air Forces, certified as that by an additional set of documents from, I couldn't read the signature there. Yeah, I don't know necessarily this expert, and I'm kind of disappointed that its branding would be in the form of a doctor's prescription, completely unreadable. But I am slightly assured, if not completely allayed, by the additional documentation there. A Rolex Daytona supplied at a certain point in time, meaning in the mid 70s, to the Peruvian Air Forces, engraved on the case back accordingly, and with further documentation that at least claims to certify that provenance. This is lot 43 for a Rolex Cosmograph Daytona 6265. It has not yet attracted any bids with about 11 days to go. The starting bid stands at 44,650 and the fixed price, which can end the auction at any point in time, is 89,300. Once again, no buyer's premium involved. Last but not least, unless you ask one final question or you direct my attention to any one of these watches that I didn't discuss today, send link again. If you want to add a one last minute question, we're looking at lot 42, which is a beautiful example, seemingly one seemingly provided also with some product literature as well as its original papers. The additional provenance is also supplied in this case too. This reference 6265 happens to be in 18 karat yellow gold and is presented on its matching riveted oyster bracelet. And the dial is a beautiful sunburst champagne with the chronograph registers in black. Once again, those chronograph registers are subtly sunken in to the dial, which gives nice depth, in addition to, of course, the groove-like detail, which really makes it pop out. Especially back chronograph register, of course, that kind of accent is even more suggestive, I guess, in this particular sense. Once again, this is a 6265 with its original papers, some product literature, and a leather document holder is included as well. There's an extra documentation, an extra certification by an expert whom I can't somehow identify with this mess of a writing, but that's okay. That's supplied as well. This is lot 42, incidentally, the last watch that I'm talking about tonight. A Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, reference 6265 in 18 karat yellow gold on its matching oyster riveted style bracelets. The piece has not yet attracted any bids with about 11 days to go, but the starting bid would be 106,050 in US dollars. And the fixed price, which can be used as a buy it now option, is right above $200,000. This is probably the premium lot of the auction. Very interesting piece, striking piece. The Rolex Cosmograph Daytona 6265 in yellow gold with a beautiful champagne dial and black chronograph registers. Once again, thank you everybody for being here. Thank you for celebrating with me July 4th. Happy 4th once again. It's the 5th now, but the fireworks have not yet stopped. So people are still celebrating outside. Please hit the like button if you haven't already. That helps me a great deal. In either case, I thank you for your support and presence. If you can, spread the word about the channel and help me expand the community, that will be a great help. If you want to contribute to the channel another way, and you know it is fully independent, completely autonomous, which means I'm at your service, but I'm also beholden to you in the sense that I don't have any other sponsorships. I'm not in the pocket of the industry or any gray market dealer. So I need your contributions often to even keep the lights on, but certainly to to increase the quality and quantity of content on this channel. So I appreciate the super chats today from Big Meech, back to back, from Ali Reza, which was suggestively in 1776 in US dollars. Super stickers by Jack and Basil's Bezels, and another super chat with my Basil's Bezels as well. Once again, channel memberships are available, and there is already a lot of exclusive content there. Those market digests, the exclusive recordings that I had so far only shared with my Patreon subscribers. There is an option, kind of a higher level of membership for YouTube as well, where you can get those videos on a daily basis. I focus on those videos on specific categories, brands, models, historical area, complication, historical era, I meant to say complication, and talk about, 3 different watch deals. And I supply a lot of horological and historical detail. Basils can attest to that since he's already in the audience and since he's one of my 6 big supporters on Patreon. So even if you might not necessarily pull the trigger on any one piece there immediately, the whole venture ends up being quite educational, very informative. So check it out. You can sign up for a membership for that on Patreon if you want to receive things on a daily basis. If you are patient and you might simply want to wait as a YouTube member, where you will get these pieces rolled out for you, about 3 videos at a time per week. So you can always sign up for that. I think we may have run out of the trial memberships that Ali Reza very kindly gifted on the day that they were introduced. But if you want to qualify for any of any similar gifts in the future, please feel free to allow gifts on the channel. It's not a racket. You just get that free trial, that free month of membership. Um, and it doesn't get renewed unless you actively seek it out. So it's not, again, it's not a trap, it's not a trick. And feel free to allow memberships on the channel to benefit from similar gifts. Please hit the like button on the way out. Basil approves. Love my people on Patreon who have helped me so much. Love my members on YouTube who support me here as well. And love each and every one of you who have enriched the show with your questions, with your interjections and interventions, and with your super chats today. And thank you, Ali Raza and Meech, for helping me carry the conversation on the panel as well. Take care, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow, probably during the day. If not, we'll have to have the next session on Thursday. Hopefully, I will let you know during the day. But until then, stay safe, stay healthy, wear your watches, and enjoy them. Take care. I'll see you soon. Bye.